Hello, 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 hello. All right, guys. You can see my screen, and that's okay with me because something terrible happened, and I'm not happy about it, but it did. I just wait. Let me check to make sure this is working. Works perfect. Now, this is the live stream. You guys are going to be watching me in just a second. I'm going to switch it over here. This morning, I wake up and my internet is gone. The internet at my house is no longer working, and I have to pull an audible. I have to either cancel the live stream and wait for someone to come out and service my home to get my internet back up and working, or I can go up to my dad's school, which I am at now, and I can do a really improvised setup where I brought my microphone and a webcam. So normally I have my nice background. I have I got all this stuff ready and going. Not today. Not today. So we're going with the flow here, and I really hope you're okay with that because I'm okay with it. Now, I'm going to come down here real quick. I usually have two computers, and I got all this stuff going. Not today, but I'm going to be chatting with you guys in here. And I genuinely, this whole live stream is just to really show off the platform. We've been working insanely hard. And when I say we, I work with a team called WaveSync. They are amazing. Kasun, he's here in the chat. He's been with me since day one. He was the one who helped kind of create all this, and then of course his team as well. And so we have like a lot of people who have worked on this over the past year. And then we had the beta launch, and we had like 6,000 people sign up, which was just insane. And now we are here. We've created a lot of new things. We fixed all the bugs. We fixed all the things. And now we're doing our full launch, and it just feels like time has passed way too quickly. And so I'm super, super, super excited to show off the platform to you guys. Over here, I created a new account, and I bought the lifetime bundle, right? And by the way, you guys can get a 20% discount off of everything. So you can get all 5 courses and get 20% off, which comes to like $99, which comes out to like $20 a course. I'm really, really, really excited for you guys to try it out, for you guys to test it out. And it's 20% off everything, not just one item. So if you want to get one of these, use the code in the checkout, AB Live 23. That's Analyst Builder Live 23, right? You can get all the courses as well for 20% off. So I'm going to be showing you, I'm going to come back here, but I'm going to be showing you the platform. And honestly, it is everything I had hoped it was going to be and more. And we have so many plans for even the next like 2 months. I've already recorded more courses. They're being edited. I'm recording more courses now, believe it or not. And they're just going to be added on more and more and more to the platform as it goes. And so if you get something like the lifetime bundle, which like a lot of people have gotten, if you get that, any course that I release, you're going to have instant access to, and you can start taking it. You never have to pay for a course or the questions ever again. Now, what I'm going to do is I see a lot of people in the chat. Really appreciate you guys coming. Someone's asking if we can have new payment methods. Yes, we plan on doing that in the future, but it is a little bit more complicated than just adding it on the end to when you pay. But we do plan on adding that stuff in the future. Now that we have people here, we have people watching, and you can hear me, which is good because, again, this is an impromptu setup. I'm going to show off the platform a little bit, and I'm going to, and my wife texted me. Let me make sure she, I saw her in the chat. Actually, my wife is in the chat over here. There she is. There's Christine. So I'm glad you guys can hear me. Yeah, if you already purchased stuff, if you were part of the beta launch and you already purchased things, you're going to have access to everything. You just got it at a slightly discounted price because you were beta testing and there were bugs, right? We fixed a lot of bugs, login issues, and coding issues and stuff like that. But now it's like all working amazingly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of show off the platform a little bit, and then I'm going to, and this is going to be a long live stream. Can I just be honest with you guys? This could be several hours. But one of the things that I really want to do while we're here is I am going to try to earn some of these achievements, either by, I think I'm going to start with MySQL, but I'm going to get crazy with it, do some Python. I'm going to show you how you can earn these badges, which they aren't showing because I just created. This is like a fresh, brand new account, never been touched. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the platform for what it is, and then show you how you can use it to help you learn, because this is, in essence, a learning platform, right? But it's not like every other platform that you took or that you've used in the past. And that's what I'm super proud of, is that it's unique. It's super well made. And all the content was created by myself. So if you like my content on YouTube, you are going to love this platform. And again, we have tons of stuff coming, and I'll talk about that later because this is a long live stream. Stick around for it. Just hang out with me. This is a long live stream. And I'll be doing giveaways later and all this different stuff. But I'll kind of talk about like the future of the platform and where we're going to be taking it in just even a couple months or just by the end of next year, which again is early for a platform. And just to like give you some perspective, ones like, you know, other platforms like DataCamp or DataQuest, they've been around for 6-7 years. We've been around for 2 months. And so we have ideas that no other platform has. And so I'm really excited to kind of share these thoughts and dreams with you. And I hope you stick around for it. So let's show off the platform really quick. Again, I just went in here, I created an account. You can just go click login or register, create an account. Your profile look exactly like this. The only difference being, if you just create an account, is you have to purchase something for some of the things. I'll show you the free stuff. But once you purchase something, if you don't like it, ask for a refund. I won't be hurt. If you don't like the product that we have, won't hurt my feelings. Now, this is the questions page. These are our technical questions. Now, essentially what this is, and the reason why I created it exactly how we created it, is when I was first starting out as a data analyst, I had something called a technical interview. And if you don't know what that is, you go in for an interview as a data analyst and they ask you all these generic questions. Tell us about yourself, why do you want this position? Then they'll ask more pointed questions. What do you know about SQL? What do you know about these different things? And then they may even give you, I probably got these around 75%, 80% of the data analyst interviews that I got, they'd give you some type of test, a technical interview. And I was horrible at first. I failed many of them. But once I started getting hands-on experience, I was like, oh, geez, I really should have practiced for this. And I don't want you to be in the same place that I was. And that's what this is for. Now, if you come in here right now, you don't have to purchase a thing. But if you come in here right now, you can go to this free section and you can click done. And I'm going to start with these in a little bit. I'll actually start taking some of these. Shoot, just kick this whole stinking mic. I'm going to show you how it works and why it is so helpful for these technical interviews, because genuinely, this is probably the best layout setup for learning for technical interviews of anything I've used. And I've used a lot of different platforms. I just love it. So many people are just like, have given feedback that it's super addictive and really fun, and it's really helpful to learn. So I'm going to show you this in a little bit, but this is the question section where you can learn. Now I'm going to really quickly, I'm going to go over here. The refund is for 7 days. We have a 7-day refund policy. So if you try it out for a week, you don't like it, you can get a refund. Looking at the chat real quick, I usually have a whole separate computer for this, so you guys are getting like what I see on the back end. But no, it's not free, Reshu. There is a free section of it. But listen, the whole thing is I make free content on YouTube for free for, hundreds of thousands of people. This is for people who want to go a little bit further, right? I have my whole free boot camp on YouTube, which I think is it's free. If you should take it 100%. But then if you want to dive deeper in, you're also wanting to practice for your technical interviews, which I can't really do that on YouTube. This is where you can do it. And of course, I have a whole team who works on this, and I pay for all the hosting for this entire website, which is not cheap. And so unfortunately, I cannot make it free. But it is genuinely one of the best deals out there. Like if you go to other platforms. For example, you go to Coursera, which I love Coursera. You go to Coursera, one, they don't have anything like this. This is unique for a lot of learning platforms. But if you try to take courses or anything on Coursera, you have to pay a yearly fee of like $2.99, whereas you can get the bundle, which is all courses and questions for life, for $349. So just to put it in perspective, it genuinely is. I'm not trying to. This is not me just like throwing out things and trying to get money. I really do see this as a huge value for you guys, and I priced it as such. I could have priced it, and I've seen a lot of other YouTubers do this, where they price their courses at like $100 per course, $200 per course, and it gets like insane. And I really value your guys's budgets, and I remember where I was when I first started out. So I tried to put everything into like, where was I like 5 years ago when I was, or 6 years ago when I was first starting out? This is what I think is very, the value is really there. So I'll go back and forth between the chat. I'll try to answer some questions throughout, but I'm just kind of showing you the platform real quick. And then I'm gonna, I mean, this is a long live show. I'm gonna get into everything. I will show you every single part of this website. But then if we go into a course, this is what it looks like. You can come in here, you can check it out. And what I can do is I can come over here, and this is the actual course. Now, what's really unique about this course, now this is a new account, so I haven't gone through this, but as you're going through, there are things like this, which is a Q. That is a question. So you're gonna come in here, you're gonna learn about variables, and there's all sorts of extra materials and stuff, and you're gonna learn all about variables. I'll teach you how to use it. And then you're gonna come over here, and there's an actual question built in, and you're gonna have to then answer that question on variables. So there's a built-in IDE, and then we can, you can kind of practice it. Now, this one's a funny one. This is I don't know, this is my sense of humor, but you're gonna create a variable, and then you're gonna try to use the index off of it to pull something, or you're going to create a variable called love and assign a value to it. So you're just learning about variables, and you have these fun little prompts throughout. Now, we also have full projects, and this one is actually on my YouTube channel, but I have a lot of others that are unique as well. So some of these automated web scraping and using regular expression, these are unique that are not on YouTube, right? And then all of these things go much more in depth than my YouTube stuff. Now, I didn't do that intentionally. I created the Python stuff way before I even thought about creating a course. It's just, you know, YouTube is a platform of attention. So if I made as long of stuff as I did, most people wouldn't watch it. So I tried to make shorter videos that kind of got to the heart of it. But in these, I go a lot more in depth. And so let's come back here. Now, I'm just quickly going to show you the pricing. The questions, if you go to this questions tab, it's only for this questions tab. So you can get the monthly, yearly, or the lifetime just for the questions tab. And I've already added new questions to the questions tab just a couple days ago. There's fresh questions. I'll be releasing more every single month. Then we have courses. You can buy individual courses if you just are interested in learning pandas for data analysis, which I need to go update that because I have 2 projects. I didn't update that. But this pandas course is probably the best pandas course I've ever seen. I've taken a lot of pandas courses because I used it in my job. But as someone who's used it in the job, there were a lot of things that I thought other courses were missing, and I added those. And then the projects are the best projects I've ever created. Genuinely. So if you haven't taken pandas and you want to learn how to use Python for data analysis or use that Python library or pandas library, take it. All these things, by the way, are 20% off. You can just go use that code at the checkout. But you can check out all these things. And then, of course, we have bundles, which include multiple things. So this is going to include all 5 courses. And then the lifetime is going to include all the current courses and access to the questions page or the technical questions for life. And all the questions that I add in the future, all the courses that I add in the future, which I'll talk about what I have planned in a little bit, you're going to get all that. Now, Christine, if you were watching, that's my wife. If you're watching, if at any point my audio goes out or anything, you just shoot me a text. I know she's listening. She cares about me. So with that being said, I'm going to check out I'm going to check out the comments. I'll answer some questions, and I'm going to do some coding because I want to show you how to use it. How will I pick the giveaway winner? People who are in the chat. I read the chat. I'll pick someone out of the chat. How is it different than other platforms? Well, okay, take something like Maven Analytics, Udemy, Coursera. It's just video. It's only videos. And really the whole point is what I was trying to do with these courses, and the reason I didn't put my stuff on Udemy is because I wanted it to be more interactive. I didn't just want it to be courses. And I could have done that. I could have just put them on Udemy. I didn't have to build this platform, and I could have sold courses. But I wanted it to be more interactive. So then I added the questions part that's added into it, and it just adds a whole nother level to it. It's so much fun. I really like that. Oh geez, my image is frozen. That's okay. If it's not working, it'll hopefully work. But that is why it's different. But then also the technical questions part of it. So you can go to the questions and practice for your technical interviews. Again, there's no platform that has both of these things. We are the only platform that has both the technical question coding and the courses in one place. And we're going to be adding a ton of stuff. This is just the beginning. Images frozen. Yeah, if it's the code to get the 20% off is going to be active for 1 week. Then we'll take some time off. I'll be adding another course in just a few weeks to the platform. Then it'll just be regular prices. But then we'll do a New Year's launch, a New Year's code. So I'll have that for the New Year's for people who are wanting to invest in their data analytics journey. We'll have that in the new year. Just bought the lifetime. Thank you. I'm super glad to hear that. I really, really hope you like it. Someone said, Damon said, thank you for not putting your course on Udemy. You're welcome, Damon. And how's it going? Hope you're doing all right. I've known Damon for a long time. Really good guy. Will there be additional Python courses aside from Pandas? Yes. There will be other Python courses, but there's the Python for Beginners course, which is a full, like, from beginning to like intermediate / advanced in just learning what Python and how to use it. Fantastic course. I'm super, super, super proud of that. Then there's the Pandas course, which is specifically for data analysts, right? But yes, I have other courses planned for Python. Yeah. Yeah, Nora, exactly. So a lot of courses will just they're really similar. They'll just give you like a PDF for the docs, et cetera, et cetera. I think mine is a lot more interactive. And if you like my stuff on YouTube, you are going to love the stuff on Analyst Builder. One other thing I didn't even show you guys. I didn't even go into this. I'll answer more questions in a little bit. I'm going to go into this because I want to show you what this looks like because, again, a year ago, when I met with Kasoon to start talking about how to build this, I had some type of idea, but over the course of the year we built it, it just changed and got better and better and better and better and better. And so I'm going to choose a super easy one. I want to look good on camera, but I'll actually get up. Let me show you real quick. There are easy ones. There are moderate ones. These are ones that I would start taking for entry-level data analyst positions. In real technical interviews. So, and I conducted technical interviews for 3 years. In real technical interviews that you are going to get if you're applying for data analyst roles, easy and moderate are the ones that you should be practicing and really know how to do everything in these questions. It's joins, group by, using distinct, like statements, all sorts of things. And all these questions are unique. Then there's hard. Now, hard ones are pretty difficult. These are like what I've seen when I was interviewing for senior level roles. And then there's very hard ones. Now, these very hard ones are very hard. I would consider them extremely hard for, they're not under the free. I would consider these extremely hard, and you probably won't get questions this difficult in technical interviews, but they're really fun. And I created them more for like a challenge. It's more of a challenge than really prepping. So if you can solve these, and I've had a lot of people in the beta who were taking these and solving them, they were like, this was really hard. I myself, when I was creating these questions, they were very difficult. I could not solve them because I was trying to see if I could solve it with ChatGPT. I could not solve these questions with ChatGPT. It was too difficult. Even with multiple prompting, giving it all the details, I couldn't do it. These are more like what I would consider probably more lifelike, like things that you'll encounter in the real world, in real work. So like easy, moderate, hard, or really simple queries, no, the hard's not super simple, but easy, moderate, are fairly simple queries that you'll encounter in technical interviews are pretty basic for entry-level data analyst positions. Those are things that you should be able to do all the time in an entry-level role. Hard is like, you've been in the game for a little bit, you've had a job for a little while. Very hard is, if you can solve these are like real things that I've worked on in my real job, but they're much more difficult than when you'll see in a technical interview. So, let me see how I look up here. Oh, my thing's still frozen. Okay, that's unfortunate. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to, let me activate it again. There we go. Don't worry about that, guys. It's not going to ruin my day. This is all impromptu. But let's come in here and I'm going to show you what it looks like to solve a question. Now, you can come in here right now, go to the free. I think there's 25. There's a lot of questions. There's a second page even. Oh, okay, there we go. I think there's 25 or 26 questions that you can do for free just to try it out, see if you like it. And you earn points from this. So I was trying to show you this earlier, but in this profile, you'll earn points from these. And we're going to enhance upon this. There's going to be a leaderboard over here for different like MySQL or Python, and you can get on the leaderboard, which is going to be really fun. But let's come down here. Let's choose this chocolate question. So when you come into this question, this is our built-in IDE. Now what we have over here is these are easy questions. So these are in terms of difficulty, this is an easy, right? But you come in here and we have the question. You can get hints if you need a hint. You can also look at what your answer should look like in the expected output. And because we're in Python, you need to have it in a data frame. But if we come over here, if we change it to MySQL, now you want to have it in a table as the output, right? So that's just kind of how it looks. But then we have this bakery items, and this is our table over here. So we have a table, and it looks like this is just a text data type. And we have all these different products, and I personally love chocolate, and it says, the question even says, this is just from my perspective, I love chocolate and only want delicious baked goods that have chocolate in them. Write a query to return bakery items that contain the word chocolate. Now I'm going to do this in SQL really quick, and then I'm going to kind of show you some of the other things in here because every single question, this is another thing that I think is really, really unique about Analyst Builder, and you don't get this on other platforms that do something like this, that there's video explanations for every single question from me. And what I think that really does is it really helps you understand it more in depth. Other ones will just have like a text explanation, but you can't really replicate it. And it's kind of confusing. That's what I found. I always wanted people to do video and nobody did it. So I was like, I'm going to do that. I want to do that. So we have a video explanation that will go through this entire question, and give it a second. I'm on like not great Wi-Fi because I'm not at home, but it's going to walk through the entire question for you and kind of describe it. So if you can't figure it out, that's how you do it. Now I'm going to solve this really quick because it's an easy question. So I'll kind of go through this one, but we just need to return bakery items that contain the word chocolate. So I'm going to say select everything, and I could say just the name, but the whole table is everything, but I'm going to select everything from bakery items where, and then I need to say, let me paste that real quick, but I need to take the column name where product name is equal to, or actually, no, I need to do is like, and it just has to have the word chocolate in it. Now, I'm not saying equal to because if you look in here, nothing is just chocolate, but some start with chocolate, and then some say double chocolate donut, right? So we just need to search for the word chocolate. Let's run it. And one other thing, and this is just a side note, our processing times, and this is just like kind of me nerding out, our processing times for running the code here is faster than any other platform probably in the world. It is insanely fast. Other platforms for even a simple query like this, it's like 2-3 seconds. Ours is insanely slow. And that's completely from our engineering side. Kassoon built all this, really the back end of it. So mostly to him, but also part of the team. Insanely difficult to get it to this level. A lot of work went into this. So here's our output. And it just says, write a query. So that's all we have to do. So now what we can do, now that this looks like the right answer, we can even compare it. This looks exactly the same. This looks like the right answer. So all we have to do now is check our answer. So let's go ahead and check it. And you can also do Shift Enter, I think it is. Yeah, Control Enter, Control Shift Enter. And this is Control Enter. So you can use hotkeys as well to run it just like in an actual IDE. But it says down here, your solution is correct. So now that we got that solution correct, I'm going to show you some of the other things real quick. You can go to your submission, and you can see, okay, today I ran it, and I got the right answer. It was very, very fast. I just wanted to point that out. That's super cool. But you can also take a look at your actual code. So it saves your code for you. And if you want to replicate this, you can always come in here and you can copy it, and then you can, paste it if you want to do that. My wife's texting me. Let me see if anything's going wrong. No, everything's fine. She's at the grocery store. That's all she had to say. But then you'll show your percentages. Now, what's really, really, really cool about this is you don't just have to practice in one variation. Answers are going to be different in Microsoft SQL Server sometimes, or PostgreSQL, or MySQL, or Python. So if you have an interview coming up, and this happened all the time to me, is I practice everything in MySQL, but in the actual job that I was applying for, they use Microsoft SQL Server. I didn't know the difference way back in the day, but there are different variations of SQL. And so if you have an interview coming up in MySQL, you come over to MySQL and you can learn certain syntaxes and different things specific to MySQL. And then, of course, if you have a Python interview coming up, or you're just wanting to practice, you can come in here and it automatically is going to set this up for you where you import pandas, and it reads in the initial one, or the initial head of the code. So the first 5, I think, or maybe it's the first 10 by default. I can't remember off the top of my head. But this is how it works. And this is a super easy question. Let me get some water real quick. This is a super easy question. Well, I don't want to say super easy. It's an easy question. But I'm going to show you some moderate and some hard ones in a little bit that I would consider quite difficult. But the other part to this is we have our submission. If you want to look at the solution, you can come in and do that, right? So you can come in here. I can say, okay, I don't know how to solve this. Let me just look at the answer. And there's the answer. And maybe that gives you everything you need. Maybe you're like, okay, that's exactly what I was looking for. That's exactly what I wanted. Now I know how to solve it. But if not, then you can go over to the video explanation and you can have me walk through the entire solution with you. Oftentimes what I do is I break it down very systematically. I'm like, here's what it's asking. Here's exactly what we need to do. Here are the steps. Now we could also do this, or we could do this. And I give a lot of what I think is really good insight into how these questions go. Now, for the easy ones, I don't add a ton of insight, but when it starts getting to the moderate and the hard questions where it gets a little bit more challenging, I add a lot of extra information that I think is really, really helpful. And I do that in the courses too, which I think is, really useful. Let me take a look. Beautiful ID looks amazing. I completely agree. The design team did an incredible job. And H said, what's the difference between purchasing the course and doing the monthly plan? Can we still do courses and all the questions with the monthly plan? So I'll come over here real quick. The monthly, I don't right now have a complete monthly subscription for the entire course. It's almost like this, but on monthly installments. I'm going to do that. Multiple people have said that it's just on the back end, it takes a little bit of work, and setting it up with all the things that we have on the back end. So I have to set it up, but I do plan on doing that. In this questions, this only pertains to questions, just the questions tab. So if you're practicing just for a technical interview, you don't want to buy courses, you don't want to buy a bundle, you can just pay $15 a month with a 20% discount. So be sure to grab that if you're going to buy something. but it does not give you access to the courses. The courses are just a one-time purchase. Now, why did I do this? Something that I personally really hated when I was first starting out is I started out on different platforms, and some of them, not all, but some of them had a monthly subscription and only monthly subscription. So I took a course, I really liked the course, and I wanted to go back later. I had to then purchase another subscription just to access the course again, and I didn't like that. And I didn't want to do that for you guys. I just wanted it to be almost like a Udemy style, right? Where you can just buy it once and have it forever. So you don't have to, you can just buy this advanced MySQL for data analysis course, $24. You can just buy it and you'll never have to pay for it again. You could take it 100 times. Keep referencing it back to you. You know, you get into a job, you're like, oh, I remember learning about indexing in this advanced MySQL course, but I don't remember exactly how to do it. And so you can reference it whenever. Same thing with the bundles. You get these forever. You buy these courses, you get all these forever. It's just a one-time purchase. I personally feel it makes me feel better. Excuse me. It makes me feel better because when I was first starting out, I didn't have a lot of money. So free resources were pretty rare back in the day before like I have my whole YouTube channel set up. They weren't as good, or as they were a little bit more rare. And so I had to purchase a lot of subscriptions and I just didn't like it. It was like $40 a month or whatever. But I think I'm going to try to price, when I do set it up, maybe for like next year sometime, trying to make it, you know, pretty affordable because I want people to use it. I want people to be able to learn from it because honestly, everything on here is just, if everyone took it, you guys would be like, this is super, super, super helpful. This is like a really great resource. And so I'm just going to take a tiny break to talk to you a little bit about, now that I've shown you it, and I'm going to do more questions in just a sec, some of the things we're going to be adding soon. And actually, let me go over to the profile. I just earned some points. I answered an easy question. I got 10 points. And now I'm working towards earning a badge for MySQL. In this live stream, which I'm going to do this for a while, it's only 9:50 my time. I'm going to try to work my way up to like intermediate, but it takes like thousands of points to get to a master level of MySQL. I think it's 3,500 points. Now you can earn, if you take a full course, you earn 500 points. If you take a crash course in MySQL, for example, you earn 250 points. And then the like super difficult questions. Oh, it says I joined a year ago. I just created this account. But if you do like moderate questions, you earn 25 points. Hard is 75 points. And then very hard is 100 points. But some of the things we have planned is we have this point system. On the back end, we can see how many points you have. So we have all the data. We're going to build a dashboard to kind of in each skill. So like with Python and with MySQL, PostgreSQL, we'll have a leaderboard that you can like try to get on to the leaderboard. There's going to be a whole nother section, and this will be early next year, a whole nother section for resumes, for cover letters, for different communities you can join, and that'll be completely free. You don't have to pay for that. But you'll have access to all these different things. We also are going to integrate some AI into the platform. We're already looking into it now, which is going to be really, I think, more lifelike in the sense for like a real world job. Now, for technical interviews and for learning the courses, I don't think you should be using a ton of AI, in my opinion, because it's kind of like it's like a crutch. You kind of lean into it too much, and it's harder for you to really learn it as in depth, I think. And then in technical interviews, they're most likely not going to let you use like ChatGPT or Bard or anything. And so learning without it, but we'll have an option where you can use it, because I think in a real job, especially in like, I'm going to say like a year or two, there's going to be a lot of solutions that a lot of companies will have where they'll be kind of baked in, like a product baked in with AI. So that's something I want you guys to be able to use and learn and start using so that you can get kind of comfortable with it. So when you do get a job, then it all looks really good. So that's just like super simple stuff that we're coming, not simple, but some of the very few things that we're coming out with. I have a list of like 15 different things, and next year is like our year of growth. So in 2024, we're going to be launching so many new features. And it's going to be just an entirely different platform than it is now. Like, this is the core functionality. This is like what I say is our MVP, our minimum viable product. But next year, we're adding more courses, more questions, more features. This is going to be, in my opinion, the best place for data analysts to learn almost anything. And then courses, by the way. So right now I have 5 courses. I already have the Excel for data analysis. It's already fully recorded. It's being edited. That'll be probably early next month when it's available. Right now I'm recording the Tableau. Once that's recorded, we'll start creating roadmaps for people. So right now they're just courses, they're just sitting here, but I'll have a whole roadmaps section that'll kind of take you along the path. Here's what course you should learn. Then practice, learn these questions and take, use this resume. And so it'll be a whole roadmap similar to kind of like the Data Analyst Bootcamp. It's kind of this roadmap. I created it very intentionally in design on YouTube. Let me see if you can still see me. Yeah, you can. I created it very intentionally, but this is what I would consider much more professional, much more advanced. Let me answer a few more questions, and I'm gonna go back to the platform real quick. If you guys are just now joining, my internet went out at home, and I had to go. I had to do an audible. I just had to. I couldn't be at home. My internet was out. So I came up to my dad's school where he runs, and I'm sitting in like an empty room. That's what I'm doing. But I'm doing it for you guys. R is definitely going to be coming. Absolutely. But probably later next year. Yes. So is the Analyst Builder more in-depth version of your bootcamp? The answer is yes. My bootcamp, this was never the intention of my YouTube channel. Was never meant to be, how do I describe this? I didn't know I was going to be creating courses or Analyst Builder ever. So when I created my bootcamp, I created them as like a YouTube video, trying to keep them somewhat short, not going crazy in depth, but getting the meat and potatoes. The courses on Analyst Builder, I would say, go about 50% more in depth. And the projects in them are better because I spent a lot more time on them. And you have the integrated questions in the courses. And so all that combined is just a much better experience, much better. You're going to learn a lot more in depth. And I give a lot more of my thought process on how I use it, how these things work, how they all work together. And it's just, it is a lot more in depth. Am I planning on a data science roadmap? Potentially in the future, I'm looking at potentially partnering with 1 or 2 people for doing like a side data engineering, side data science, but the core part of this website is focused on data analytics. Just to, put that out there. But yeah, a lot of stuff coming. I'm just looking. All right, I'm gonna go back real quick. So you can go to these technical questions, and once you get it right, you have this check mark here. And I just went back into it. Whoops. So you have this check mark here, and what we're gonna do is I am going to let me go to my profile. By the way, this right here is a public URL, so you can actually share this with people. If you want to share this on the internet, you can. As you earn points and badges, these badges right now, once I earn it in just a little bit, is not shareable, but it's going to be shareable in a little bit. And then when you complete a course, you can generate a certificate of completion. You can share that as well. This is going to be like a hub for everything you do on Analyst Builder. And we're also going to have a place where you can upload your resume or upload a portfolio. So if you do want to share this with friends, or you want to put it on LinkedIn or whatever, that it's kind of like I think it's a really cool place to just share your progress with people, right? You're learning, you're working on all these things, and you can kind of make this into like a pseudo portfolio. Although I still recommend building an entire portfolio website. But let me go back here real quick. Are you planning to put Excel and data visualizations courses on the platform? I already recorded the Excel for data analysis. It's being edited by my editor right now. That's going to be ready soon. So probably just like a couple weeks. And then I'm recording the Tableau course right now. Again, much more in depth than what's on my YouTube channel. Although the stuff on my YouTube channel is fantastic. I'd recommend taking it. That's what I recommend. Now, let's come back here. I'm going to do another question. I want to do a little bit more difficult one. Now, this is still in the free. So remember, you can go and take this for free right now. You can do this with me while you're listening to me. Let's do, let me see. Which one do I think is interesting? This one, that one is interesting. Let me do this one. I'm going to see what question this is. This is company-wide increase. So if your company hits its yearly targets, every employee receives a salary increase depending on what level you are in the company. Give each employee who is level 1 a 10% increase, level 2 15, and level 3 a 200% increase. Okay, I'm remembering this question. Include this new column in your output as new salary along with your other columns. This one tricked a lot of people. I didn't intentionally want to make it tricky. It's just tricky. When you're working with percentages, it's a little bit tricky. This question, you should go take it right now. I'm gonna post this question really quick. Right here. So I'm gonna work through this question. This question is a little bit tricky. And I want to get that MySQL badge. So I'm gonna do some MySQL first, and I'll switch over to Python later. But let's see how this works. So we have this table down here. It just has 3 columns. They're all integers. And yeah, it's the same thing. So I'm not going to take up that preview. But essentially what we're doing is we have different employee IDs. This is me. This is you. This is our friend, John. And they're at different pay levels. So maybe that they're tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 even, who's making 300,000. And each of these people get a bonus. We had a really, really good year, it looks like. So now we need to give bonuses, let's see, a salary increase depending on what level you are in the company. So some people are going to get a 10% increase, 15% increase, 200% increase, and we need to calculate what their new salary is going to be along with all these other columns. Now, when we were doing the beta, I had a ton of people think that the answer to this was wrong. They're like, this is not correct. You messed up. I'm not calling out anyone else. I'm glad they were, that's what the beta was for people to correct me if I was wrong, to give feedback. But a lot of people thought I was wrong on this one, and I had to like really walk people through. I was like, well, here's why, and here's the exact math behind why this is correct. And a lot of people like really challenged me on it, and I always thought that was really funny. So I'm going to move this over for no other reason than I just want to show it off. You can move this around, customize it. One thing I want to mention, you can do all this on your phone. It is not an app, but if you just go on analystbuilder.com, you can do this on your phone, which again is something super unique and something I'm going to start promoting later on, or maybe later this week. One thing I looked for when I was first starting learning coding, MySQL set, I wanted an app or something that I could do on my phone. I never could. I had to all do it on my desktop. You can do this exact question on your phone right now. That blew my mind when we started building this out, that we had that ability, because I don't think no other website that I know can do that. And it works. It's not like a bad experience. It's like you just have to scroll up, look at the question, scroll down, and you can code. So you can do all of this coding and practicing like on your way to, no, don't do it on your way to work while you're driving. You could, if you're on a bus or on a plane, you have Wi-Fi, you can do this on your phone whenever. You're just hanging out at home on your couch. You can just do it on your phone. I think that is so cool. Really, really, really neat. And again, super unique. Not a lot of platforms that have these built-in IDEs, you can do that. And so we were able to make that happen. Now I'm going to try to answer this real quick because I need some points. I'm trying to get that first badge, but I'm going to take a sip of water. I'm going to drink this whole thing by the end of the stream. All right. All right, let's see. I'm getting a phone call, but I'm ignoring it. I don't know who that person is. Let's see here. So, no, wait a second. We don't need to do that. What we need to do is we need to have some if-then logic. If they're level 1, give them a 10% increase. If they're level 2, give them a 15% increase. So we need a case statement. Now it says, include this new column in your output as a new salary. So we don't want to get rid of these columns. We need all these columns, but we just need a new one. So I'm going to do a comma here, and I'm going to do a case statement. Now, just so you know, we also have built in, I want to say it's, what is it called? it's like autocomplete essentially. So I wrote in case, and it's like, okay, well, do you want to do coalesce? Or are you trying to do char set, cascaded? These are different things in that you can get with like built-in IDEs. And so, you know, just kind of like a little bit of autocomplete, which is really neat. So let's do case. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to come down here. We're going to say when the pay level is equal to 1. Then what's going to happen? Now we just want to give them a 10% increase. Now, this is their new salary. So we don't just want to do salary times 0.1. That would be bad. That's a 10%. That's 10% of their salary, but we need a 10% increase. So we need to do times 1.1. And I'll just test this out real quick. We'll do end, and we'll call as, and we need to name it correctly. Okay, these questions are specific. So let's run this. Here we go. So if you look right here, this person is a pay level 1, and they got a 10%. So 10% is going to be 7,500. So 7,500 on top of that, 82,500. But the ones that aren't level 1 didn't get an increase because it's not part of our logic. So what we need to do is we need to include the rest of our logic in here. And I'm going to show you where people got it wrong and did not agree with me that I was correct, which is going to be in a little bit, and we'll see what you guys think. So when the pay level is equal to 2, then we do salary, and we'll do that times 1.15. So that's a 15% increase. The times 1 means that you're taking the original base salary, and then you're also multiplying it times 0.15. So then they're adding 15% on top of the 1, which is your original salary. So that's kind of how that's working. Now let's run this. Okay, so now level 2 is taken care of. That guy got a big pay increase, 15%. I'd love a 15% increase. That'd be great. But looks like we have one person. Now, this is where a lot of people did not agree with me. And I had to kind of write out the math, and I'll write out the math for you as well. And then I'll go back to the questions, or I'll go back to look at comments and stuff. Now, this next level is level 3. There's only one person. So when they have a level 3, we're supposed to give them a 200% increase. And what a lot of people were doing is they come over here and they do times 2. And they'd run it. And they'd come down here and they'd say, okay, they got a 200% increase. That was 300,000. Now they're making 600,000. That's insane. And they tried to check the answer. And they're like, why is this incorrect? Well, it's incorrect because a 200% increase is not times 2. A 200% increase is times 3. And if I check this answer now, our solution is correct. Now, why is it times 3? You have to remember, you have to include the base salary. So it's like doing salary times 1. That's our base salary. But from that base salary, we have to increase it 200 times. So if I increase it 100 times, which is doubling, that's a 100% increase. So from 300,000 to 600,000, that's times 2. That's a 100% increase in salary. So a 200% increase in salary is times 3. So you have to include that. It's like doing the base salary and then doing it times 2 for 200%. It'd be the same like this. It'd be doing like times 1 times 0.15 or 0.15, right? Just visually. So you're doing the salary times 1, taking the base salary, and then you're adding, well, it would actually be like this. Ignore my logic. Don't look at it. It's hideous. So it's like doing this actually. Let me do parentheses here. This is actually probably more accurate. It's like doing the salary times 1. So that's the base salary of 75,000. Then you're adding on top of it 0.15, which is 15%. So that's like visually how it would work. And so if you tried to do that for this one, you'd have to do it times 2 over here. So that's times 2 on top of the base salary. That's a 200% increase. That tricked a lot of people. A lot of people thought I was wrong on that. And then I had to like lay out the logic of it. So if you're in the chat right now and you were one of those people, I'm not mad at you. I'm not even disappointed or sad. It happens. Like, these things are tricky. These are like some of those little, that one's just a math nuance, but in a lot of other questions, there's some other nuances that are just difficult to understand if you haven't used these before. And that's why I have the video explanation, because I go through all of those nuances. If you watch my video explanation, which I pointed a lot of people to when that was happening, I said, go watch the video, because I talk about that exact thing in the video. But you can also see here that in this question, I got it wrong. I didn't math right, but then I got it correct. And I can always go back and I can see, how did I write that was wrong? And how did I write it that was correct? Again, this is all for learning purposes, right? This is like it's just so fun to learn. Now, if you don't get it right, you can always come in here and you can look at this answer. And as you can tell, we already got the answer right. But if you can't figure it out, the answer is in here for every single one. And, I think that's really neat. Now, all these variations of SQL, for some of them, the easy and moderate, most of the answers are pretty similar. But when you get to hard questions and very hard, almost none of the answers are the same, because then you have to start using a lot more built-in functions within MySQL, within Microsoft SQL Server, and they're different. So a lot of the date time functions, a lot of things like coalesce or left and right, substring, etc. All these things are different. And that's like the more advanced stuff that, when I started getting into my jobs, I had to learn all the different variations. So I was using MySQL and I was using Microsoft SQL Server at the same company. And so I would have to switch back and forth depending on what data I was working with. So I had to really learn these. And so, now that I got that answer right, I can go and I can go take a look. Now we earned 25 extra points. And you can just grind this out. Start with the easy questions, work your way up to the moderate. You can earn a badge, maybe 2 badges even, just from the free questions. So really highly recommend doing that. And we got that question right. Now, I'm going to try a difficult one, either cake versus pie or temperature fluctuations, in just a second. Or Kelly's third purchase if we want to get wild. These are all hard questions. I'm going to show you like a more difficult one. I may even try one of the very hard ones, although I need, those ones take some time. I don't know how long of time I have. But let me come back in here. Let's see. The question is, in regards to the lifetime access, we'll have access to all the new programs you'll be adding, for example, Excel and data visualization. Yes. If you buy the lifetime, you're going to have all courses and questions current and anything I add in the future. So next year, I'm planning on releasing like 6 or 7 more courses, right? I have my consulting business. I have my YouTube stuff. I'm working on courses in every other spare moment I have. And I'm making them, they also take a little bit of time because I'm making them really in-depth and really well-made. Yes, AWS and Azure actually is going to be really soon. Because I think cloud platform is really important. So I'm getting the core courses that I wanted done. Python, SQL, Excel, Tableau. Once I have those done, which is early next year, I'm going to be doing AWS, Azure, and then an AI course. Because I think those 2 things are kind of like the next trajectory of what you should be doing. So let's see. This is again, these percentages always confuse people. 10% means it's 1.10 because you're taking 1, which is the base salary, and adding 10%, which is their new salary. So you have to do that. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling good. It's unfortunate to hear. So Holly said, that would never work in my brain with just a text explanation. Ha. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like the video explanations. Aman Deep says he wants to do the cake versus pie. I think that's a fun one. I think that's a difficult one too. I may have to use my own hints on these because I haven't looked at this one in, I made this like 6 months ago and then put it in here and then people started taking it. Let's do the cake versus pie. This is a difficult one. I remember making this and I was like, whoa, this is tough. I was like, this is a really tough one. But let's go through it. And this will earn me 100 points. I'll earn my first badge in my profile, which I'm really excited about. So let's look at this, this question. By the way, if you really like one of these questions, we have this button right here, and you can share this on LinkedIn, X or Twitter, and Facebook. So you can share that on like a social media platform. I just think let me tell you something. I genuinely find these so fun. Like I genuinely get really excited to do these. I think they're just so interesting. And all the questions are very unique. And what's even better is I did these in my actual, like when I was a hiring manager in data, when I was a manager of data analytics, and when I was just a data analyst, I was on a hiring team. I was the one performing these tests. And so I did the technical interviews for these people we were trying to hire, and I could always evaluate pretty quickly whether they knew what they were talking about or not. Like you can just tell, especially if you really know something. I was like, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. And this is like what I would consider a moderate question, something we're using group by, maybe a join. We didn't want to hire people who didn't know the skills that they had on their resume. That's why you perform technical interviews. Most of the technical interviews that I did were in SQL, and some were in Python. I thought my wife was texting me, but she was not, and that's okay. That's okay. So let's try to do this hard question. This is a hard one. So now you're looking at, we did easy, we did moderate, and now we're going to do a hard question. Then in a little bit, if I'm feeling really spicy, I might try a very hard question, which again is going to be very hard. Could take a long time to do, which is why I'm hesitant to do it. This one can still take a while, but let's see what it says. Marcy's Bakery is having, let me drink some water first. Thank you. Marcy's Bakery, excuse me. Let me do this away from the mic. I was doing it right into the mic. I apologize. Marcy's Bakery is having a contest at her store. Whichever dessert sells more each day will be on discount tomorrow. She needs to identify which dessert is selling more. And so we need to write a query to report the difference between the number of cakes and pies sold each day. Output should include the date sold, the difference between cakes and pies, and which one sold more. The difference should be a positive number. So if there's 20 pies, let's go look. This is one day. So this is 6-1 and 6-1. So the pies sold more by 12. So we need to figure out which one sold more. And then we also have to determine whether it was the cake or the pie that sold more. This is a very tough question. And just even now, as I'm like thinking it, how I did this, and I wrote all of these, I solved all of these myself. I, of course, have a video explanation of how to do it. This is not an easy question. So let's see if my old noodle can work through this problem. And I want you to work through this one too. This is a free question. You can go and take this for free. I'm going to say, try this question with me. This is not an easy one. So this is going to be a tough question. Let's see if I can figure this out because it's been a minute. All right. So we have to write a query to determine the difference. So the difference should be this number minus this number, right? How can we do this? We can probably do this with a join where the date sold is equal, and then we'll have these as two separate things. Would that work? That could definitely work. And then I have to determine which one is higher. That to me sounds like a case statement. So if this one was higher on that day, then we return the product name. If this one was higher on this day, then we return the product name. Or something like that. If I fail, hey, listen, it's a learning platform, right? You're here to learn. So go ahead and try this out. This is a tough one. I'm trying to remember how to do this, honestly. And we even have hints here, but we're not going to look at that yet. So let's think of how we need to do this. First, I'm going to get my columns that we need. So we need to include the date sold. So I'll do date _ sold. Then the next column is going to be the difference between cakes and pies. So that's the one that we're going to solve for next. And then we'll do which one sold more, cake or pie. I think that's the toughest part of this question, at least in my head, how it's working. So we're going to solve this. So how do we determine the difference between cakes and pies, which needs to be a positive number? So first off, I'm just going to make a note down here. We have to use absolute, so to make it a positive number. There we go. Now, the next thing that I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to do, can I do a join to itself? I can, but I need to subtract this number from this number. How can I do that? I'm just thinking I could join it to itself, and if I have this number, I could say the amount sold minus the amount sold of cakes minus the amount sold of pies. And since it's on the same row, it would work. At least that's where my head's going first. And there's a bunch of different ways you can solve this. Let me come back here real quick. Hey, Ryan, real quick while I'm over here, I was just seeing if anyone had any questions. But while I'm here, yeah, if you buy the lifetime access in the bundles, you will have access to any future courses I put out. And if I exactly, Nora, exactly. You'll get all future courses and all future questions. Won't have to purchase anything again. Now this, Nora said, if you fail, I have no possibilities. I'll get it right. You know what? I don't agree with that. That's why I have the video explanation so that you can learn how to do it. And if I have to watch my own video explanation on how to do this, I'll do it. I'm not ashamed of that. This is a hard question. These are the types of things that you'll experience in like senior level roles. That's why I was recommending, and you can also use a filter here. That's why I was recommending people start out with easy. Start out with the easy questions, try them out for free right now. Then you can try out the moderate. Those are a little bit harder than the hard. Then there's very hard. And so, just something to take into consideration. Now, I'm going to use all the available resources that I have before I go to hints. I just want to look at what the output looks like. So I'm not considering this cheating. You should be able to see what it's supposed to look like. But we're going to have the date. We'll have the difference here, and then we'll have which sold more. And so this is what it should look like in the end. No, let's not do hints. Whoops. But we have a date, text, and integer. Now, let me think about how I want to solve this. Because again, this is a little bit tricky. I got to do this number subtracted by this number. Now, somebody in the comments had said use a lag function. No, I can't use a lag function unless I give these a row number. See, again, there's a ton of different ways you can solve this. So if I did something like a CTE or maybe even a subquery, I can add a row number here. Then I can order it based off of the dates. So these would be 1 and 2. And then I could use a lag function. That'd be possible. Not how I solved it originally. I know that. Or I could join it to itself, which I think it just makes the most sense, where the product is not the same. And let's try that. Let's just get wild with it. I think this is going to be an inner join. And we're going to join it to itself. I need to label these different. So I'm going to call this D1 and D2. And then I'm going to say on. And we're going to do it on the date sold is equal to date sold. So D1.date underscore sold is equal to D2.date underscore sold. So we're doing a self join. But I also need to do it, I believe. We'll say and where the product does not equal the product. So this one is not going to get joined to itself. Let's just, actually, let's do one thing. Let's run this. And what's my error? What's my error here? Oh, I have a comma. Let me put everything here. I'm just trying to demonstrate how hard these are. So we have the date sold, the amount sold. Now listen, we only have one column here, but in a second, we're gonna have to label it something differently to get the other column. So let's label these real quick. I'm going to do D1 for our original table. So D1 dot amount sold, D1 dot dot product, and this is where our autocomplete is helping us. So D1 dot amount sold. Oh, wait. This should be date sold. The next one that we're going to do is comma, and we're going to do D2 dot amount sold. And so let's run this. And I need to change this name. So I'm going to say this amount underscore sold. This will be T2, so table 2. Okay, so right here, this is exactly like what we wanted. But you know what I should do as well? I should also add the product name. So let me go to D1. Let me do D1 amount sold, and then I'll do D2.product, and I'll label that as, and let me bring this down. Now it's getting complicated. So D1 product, amount sold, D2 product, I'll do this as product, and this will be underscore table 2. Table 2. Let's run this. I need a comma. Need a comma here. So now here's an example of exactly what we were trying to do. So we have on one date, we have the pie, we have 18, cake, and then 6. That's exactly like what we were trying to do. My wife's calling me, so I'm going to answer because I don't, we'll see what she says. Hey, baby, I'm on the live stream. Oh, no, it's not working. Yep. My wife tried to use the Wi-Fi at home, guys, and wasn't working. Yeah, it's still working. It looks. I'm checking it. Yeah. All right. Love you. Bye. My wife was concerned. She got home where the internet is not working, and the live stream stopped, and she was like, "Oh, Alex, it stopped working." You could use a subquery. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to show you because it's going to take a long time. But if you haven't already, previously in the chat, I'm just going to post in there one more time because I want people to try this one. Maybe you can solve it for me. I'm solving this question. This is a hard question on analystbuilder.com. We've already tried easy, which was pretty simple. We tried moderate, which wasn't crazy complicated. Now we're doing hard, and it's quite a bit more difficult. You have to really think about this. Then the last thing I want to do is I need to add another thing saying the product or D1.product is not equal to D2.product. So D1 is not equal to D2.product. And let's run this. And let's see. Okay, so this is fine. I believe. Let's see, because now we have 2 rows for each, and that may be fine. That may be fine for now. Let's keep it as fine. Now I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to get our next part of our equation, the difference between cakes and pies. So let's come right here, and all we need to say is the amount sold minus the amount sold, or the amount sold table 2, which is just from the different table. So let's do, or I can filter where the product, this one is equal to cake, because it'll always have 1 on the day there. It's equal to cake. That could be another way to filter it down. I'm going to try it real quick. I'm just thinking of this while we go. So this will be D1.product is equal to cake. Let's just try this. What did I do wrong? Oh, this is in the wrong section. Is it in the wrong section? Oh, that wasn't wrong. This is wrong. Guys, I'm working through this. You guys are getting a good glimpse of the real life of me as a data analyst. I make all these little tiny mistakes, and then I figure it out as I go. Okay, this looks really good to me. I don't know if I'll keep that there for now, but it's good visually. So now what we need to do is subtract these. So we're going to say D1.product minus D2.product. D2.product. And we'll call this as, and we'll say difference, because that's what it had in the expected output. It doesn't have to be that, but let's try it. Let's run it. And we got 0. And let me see what I'm doing wrong here. Oh, okay, I'm sure it's because it's subtracting by itself, which is not what we want. Let me see if I can do amount. Oh, I'm doing the product. What am I even talking about? Guys, someone tell me that I'm looking like a fool here. Let's see. Unknown column, D2 amount sold T2. Okay, that's because I just have the wrong column name. There we go. All right, guys. Listen, I am going to be completely honest with you. This is like how I work in the real world. This is like how my life is and is around writing queries. But we're getting there. So now we just need to do absolute because, again, we have to have a positive number. What's the difference? So we're going to do absolute. I think it's ABS. I don't think it's a full absolute, or is it? Let's try it. Thought it was ABS. Oh, maybe it's because this as differences in there. There we go. You guys are getting a great glimpse. This is wonderful. So we have the difference here, which is perfect. That's exactly like what we needed. So now it shows that there's a difference between the excuse me, the cake sold and the pie sold. So the difference is 12, 1, this sold one more, this sold one more, this sold 9 more. Then we have this one, and we have null here. So I think if it's null, let me see, is this really null? 6, 5. Oh, interesting. So one thing that we may have to do here, because there isn't another sold. They only sold cakes on this day. They sold 16 cakes on this day. So it should be a difference of 16. They only sold more cakes. Let's see. They only sold 16. This should be a 0. Let me think. This is pie. So they didn't sell any pie on this day. Oh, wait. Let me go back to the original table. No. Okay, I got it. It's just null here. So if it's null, it should be a 0. So how can we do that? Give me a second. I'm going to come back here for a second. See if anyone's giving me any suggestions. Look, you got to work through these things. I really appreciate that, Mohanad. How do you say that? Mohanad Zidane? Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Kasoon, you're so right. He said this is really cool. Hey, they know who you are. They know who you are. They know that you helped build this. Let's see. Maybe a case statement. Let's see. Can you make a new video on the Google Advanced Data Analytics program? I started taking it, and it was good. It was good. I didn't have time to finish it because I was working on this platform. It is understandable when you got distracted with all the columns, you literally have dozens of eyes looking at you. Yeah, just a few. You can resolve this in a case statement. And name of the column is not null. No, we need it as null. We need it as null. Thank you guys for helping solve this. I do need help with this. This is like half the fun of the platform is these hard questions and very hard questions. So yeah, maybe we could use a case statement. We can say, if it's null, make it 0. Maybe. We need to make this needs to be a 0, I believe, unless there's a function that could do that for us. All right, I'm going to go to hints, guys. Let's see. We need to subtract the cake by the pie for each day to determine the difference. We can use absolute to make the number show as absolute difference. Okay, thanks, Alex. Not super helpful. We can use conditional statement to determine which was sold more. If cake is greater than pie, then cake sold more. If not, then pie sold more. Okay, so that's for the last part. That's for which one sold more. So we can do a case statement. If cake is greater than pie, then the cake sold more. And if not, then the opposite. But we got to determine this one right here. This one's boggling my noodle here. Maybe I could do a case statement like you were suggesting. Who suggested that? You can use a case statement for the difference output. Maybe we could. This one's a tough one. Hey, look, this is a hard question. I wrote this myself. I you know, maybe if I didn't have so many people watching me, I could solve it faster. But we're going to solve it. I'm not worried about it because we're already halfway there, right? We just need to figure out how to make this a 0 instead of null. So I do think a case statement could work. We'll just say for this one, the amount sold T2. We'll say case. Oh, here, I'll put it to a new row. Case. When the amount sold, and this will be the end as this. When the amount sold is null, is it is null? Or is equal to null? I thought it is null. No, is null is a function. Let me try equal to null. I don't think that's going to work because that's a string and this is an empty. Look, it's all test. If it's that, then 0. And they'll say else, it'll just be the amount sold. So if it's null, let's try this. If it doesn't work, it's okay. Let's run this. Yeah, it's still not there, but all these numbers are fine. So we're getting close. So I think is null. I think it's like that. There we go. Nailed it. So now we need to include, oh, interesting. I don't think we can do this. Because, okay, so we were able to get it to 0 here. So maybe we can just use the same logic. We'll do another, okay, this is getting really convoluted. I am 100% sure I could do this in an easier way. But we're going to add it in here. So we're going to say when it's, actually, yeah, I might just do this. I might copy the same thing. This is getting a bit much, but do as I say, not as I do, because this is getting insane. All right, so when this is null, then we're going to do this right here. Wait. No. That's the else. I'm just thinking this through. Minus 0. Here we go. And if not, then it's just going to be regular. When it's null, no, sorry. When it's null, do this. And when it's not null, do this. And I think we can wrap that in an absolute. Let's try this. Syntax error. Let's see. Let me just see if it works like this first. 16, let me see. Then D1 minus 0. This should be D1. D1.amount sold minus 0. Now, why is it making this 16? Oh, I must have changed something. I must have changed something. And as amount sold T2. Let me get rid of this whole thing real quick because I think I'm messing this up. Let me run this. Yeah, okay. And then after that, I added this. Oh, I changed the column name. Let me change this column name to new. There we go. So now it doesn't mess up the original. And there we go. There we go. We fixed it, guys. So now we have the amount sold T2. So now I can get rid of the difference, or I'll change this to the difference. And I'll get rid of this one, except I need to make that absolute. That's the only thing I need to do. So let's run this. So now we have it. This is working, but we need to make this absolute. So I think I wrapped the whole thing in the case, the absolute in the case statement. Let's just try it. Let's run it. No, not that. Let me try doing that. Or maybe, no, you know what? I'll just do it at this level. So we'll do absolute right here. And then the same thing for here. Absolute. Why is no one in the chat telling me to do these things? Come on. You guys collectively are 10 times smarter than me. Okay. We are really doing this. We are destroying this. This is great. But, okay, in our output, though, We have to have, this isn't our output. In our output though, we just need date sold, the difference, which we have, date sold, the difference, and then which one is higher. So that's the last thing we need, and then we'll be done. And I can get off of this question because I'm looking like a fool over here. We're going to do the last one, and let's look at that hint again. It says we can use a conditional statement to determine which was more for each day. Okay, let's just try that. I gave myself this own hint to remember how to do this, and I shall use it, and I won't feel bad about it. When the amount sold, so D1.amount sold, is greater than D2.amount sold, or D2.amount sold. So when this one, which is cake, is greater than this one, that means that the cake, so we're going to do then, it should be cake. Else, it's going to be pie. Now, we could write something to account if it was a tie, but in our data, there is no tie. But if there was a tie, we could write tie. But I'm not going to do that because I've already spent way too much time on this. And I'm going to end this. What am I going to call this? Sold more. Let's try this. As sold more. Let's put that like that. Now, let's try this. Let's see if it worked. Over here, did pie sell more? Pie sold more. Pie sold more. Oh, we are doing this. Cake sold more. Oh, buddy, we are in it. Then return the result table ordered by date. Guys, if you guys are not, I'm not looking at the chat, but you guys are not in the chat, literally celebrating what I'm doing right here. I'm overcoming extreme adversity of my own doing. Now, all we have to do, I say all we have to do, but let's see if it works. All we have to do now is only oh geez, this may not work. I may have to use this as a subquery, as like a CTE. Okay, I'm creating. I think I have to. I don't think, because if I start removing some of these things, I can't get the desired output. So I think I'm going to use a CTE here. So we'll do CTE with CTE. With CTE, we just need to name it. I'll just do pies versus cakes. Pies versus cakes. And then what's the syntax for a CTE? As? With, oh no, that's the name. So with this as, and I think I wrap this in it. And then I can query from it. So then I'll do select everything from pies versus cakes. Guys, I am really working hard over here. Geez, I've never worked so hard in my life. Now I can just select the columns that I want. Date sold. Date sold. Oh, wait, yeah, date sold. Then I need, the difference. So difference, and then I need sold more. And let's run this. Okay. Oh boy. We might have done it, guys. I may not have completely made myself look like a fool. Let's look at this. This is right. 601, 12 pi. 601, 12 pi, guys. We did it. Let's look at the bottom. All right. Oh no. Wait. No, there's something wrong here. This one should be cake. Correct? Let me comment this out. Let me get everything here. There's a problem. There's something wrong with this last one. Okay, if cake sold more, it should be cake, but that says pie. Let's go look at our thing. When the D1 amount is greater than the D2 amount, which is null, on the back end it's null. Maybe I need a logic there to say 0 because it's null. Why is it saying that? Maybe I need, I hate to have to do this again. Wait. Maybe I need to check. Oh, geez. This is a problem. This is a problem. Okay. Wait. I can do this. I'm making this 10 times harder than this needs to be, but I'm okay with it. It's a 0 here. The issue is up here, outside of the CTE, it's technically a null when I'm doing this case statement. it's technically a null. So when I'm trying to subtract it, it's not subtracting correctly. Now we have this data formatted correctly. Now I can use this to determine that that's a cake. Oh, wait, I've already chosen pi here. Oh, I can do this. I can get rid of this here. Let me run it. Syntax error. What did I do wrong? Oh, here we go. Let me get, I'm figuring this out on the fly. Let's run this. This is 100% how I actually do things in the real world. So I'm going to do everything, comma, then I'll do this. Oh, okay. Okay. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I know what I'm doing wrong. The issue is I'm doing, guys, I feel like a stinking wizard over here. Okay. I don't need to do these anymore. I need to do, because there's no longer aliases. Let's run this now. And let's look at the bottom. It still says pi. Why does it say pi? Maybe I was wrong. Oh. Psh, what am I doing? Let's run it. Yes. Okay. Now, since that is a sold more, we needed that. I just need the date sold, and I need the difference. Here we go. Let's run this. Let's take a look. We have pi, cake, pi, cake. Okay. All right. Let's try it. I've never been right to solve something that I created. Oh. Guys. I've never been almost as embarrassed as I have in this moment, and also as excited. I thought about using coalesce. Maria, I thought about using coalesce. I really did. Oh, you are correct. I need to order by the date sold. They just happen to be in the correct order. But I do also need to do order by date sold. That's it. There we go. Oh my gosh. I made that way harder than it needed to be. Let me go look at the solution. Okay, so I was using a sum of a case. Oh, interesting. No, this makes perfect sense. And then I could have grouped by the date sold. Wow. Wow, that was such that's a way easier answer. See, but this is the fun thing of especially the medium to hard and very hard questions is I solved it in a completely different way. This was way harder than it needed to be. I was doing self-joins and CTEs and all this stuff. The solution was very easy. And honestly, if that's not an example of just how the real world is, I don't know what is. But I could have just done a case absolute on a sum on a case statement. Wow. Old Alex, 6 months ago when I was writing this question, is way smarter than today, Alex. That's all I have to say. But I got the answer right. So I come back here. I got it right. I submitted it twice. Didn't need to do that. Let's go look at my badge now. I want to see if I got a badge. I better have. Yes. Okay. I got my beginner badge. It goes 0 to 100. You can earn the beginner badge. Then it goes up to, what's the next one? Is it novice? I can't remember. But then at the end, when you keep doing these, you can earn become like a master. Let's see what people are saying. Thank you guys. I did it. Holly, that's the whole point of the thing, because that's the whole point of the platform, is because I just solved a hard question. If you don't know how to do it, you go and you watch my video explanation, and then I walk through it exactly how I'm walking through it with you. I walk through it in these problems on every single question, and it's just super helpful. Isn't looking at the expected output cheating? No. Just as hints aren't cheating, if you're on here and you need a hint, look at the hint. You can also look at the expected output and just see, okay, should I be getting what I'm supposed to be getting? There are times, especially with harder questions, where even if you're looking at this and this looks the same, maybe you have an empty a space on a value, and even if you check the answer, it's going to be wrong. And so, no, expected output I don't consider cheating. I think you should know in your head what it's supposed to look like. Like when in real life, you should know kind of what you're trying to create before you do it. I'm just looking for accolades in the I'm just looking for people to celebrate me in the chat here, and that's all you got to do. Oh, if you haven't, someone just asked where you can get this, I'm gonna let me do this. Let me get rid of this filter. I'm gonna say access free questions here. Jessica, that's okay. Thanks for joining. I really appreciate it. I really do. How to get started? Go to that link that I just put, and just filter by the free questions. So come over here, go to the free questions. I've only answered free questions. I've already earned my beginner badge, but I solved a hard one. But you earn points based off of these, which we're going to add. We need to add like the point system up here, because you earn 10 points for an easy question, 25 points for a moderate question, 75 points. How many points am I at? I'm at 100. So you earn, it's 10. Let me remember. I don't remember what the points. I need to write it down. But if you answer like a very hard question, you get 100 points. I think it's 75, 50, 10, or something really close to that. That can't be right though, because I've solved 3. Don't quote me on this. I can't remember what the point. That's why I need it here, guys. Because soon, if you're watching this, we got to add the point system and the leaderboard here quick. Because not quick. We're not going to do it today, but we need to add that because I forget. So I want you to get on here and try these out. Now, you cannot access the very hard questions in here. That you have to. This is only part of the like subscription if you pay for it. But I want to show you one of these questions, because these are they're very difficult. This consecutive visits one, this Uber cancellation I think is a really neat one, but I actually like the consecutive visits better. It's so simple, but so incredibly difficult, which I keep saying this, and I want you to know though, is I modeled all of these questions off of real questions that I've asked and real world problems. This consecutive visits is something I've done in my real job 100 times. It's always a different variation or a different flavor or different functions that you have to use. But this is a real problem. This is a real, you have two tables here. And the question is so simple. Write a query to return the ID and name and the number of consecutive visits of the person who has gone to Waffle House the most days in a row. It's very simple, right? Somebody goes 5 days in a row. That's the person who went the most days in a row. Here we have the ID. We have their name. Then we have when they went. So this is their ID. And this is the visit, the date that they went. On the surface, this is so simple to just look at and understand, but it is really tough to write this logic out. And the reason why I keep the data set small is so that you can visually kind of understand, okay, I think it should be this person, but how do I write it, right? And I've worked with data that's very similar to this, trying to find consecutive visits to a hospital, consecutive visits, monthly visits to a hospital. I work with a lot of hospitals. Those are things that are 100% real world applicable, but are very difficult to write. And when you're working with millions of rows of data, tens of thousands of patients in a hospital data set, real patients, you can't just look at it and know. You have to write code or a query or something to actually do it. So this is a deceivingly difficult one. This is a very difficult one, which is why it's very hard. Let me see. I think, oh, my wife. No, it wasn't my wife. Who's messaging me? Oh, just getting messages from people. Deceivingly hard one. Now, I don't know if I'm going to try one of these just yet. We've been doing the live stream for an hour and 20 minutes. These ones could take legitimately. You saw how I did with the hard one. The hard one was not easy. I made it much more difficult than it needed to be, but I got the right answer. But these very hard ones could take like 30, 45 minutes to solve one problem. And I don't think even with the upgrades to ChatGPT, that you can solve these with AI. They're very difficult problems, which kind of brings me to just something I'm going to talk on a little bit. I mentioned earlier the difficulty. If you want to practice these, easy and moderate are what you should know before you go in for a technical interview. I know this because I conducted technical interviews. I was a hiring manager. I did it for over 3 years. I also have interviewed a ton myself where I was trying to get a job. These easy and moderate are things you need to know. Group by, joins, self-joins, different types of aggregations, subqueries, all these different things are mostly, moderate for some of those harder ones, but the easy ones are like the more simple ones. You need to know these for technical interviews. For real. The hard ones are like for like mid-level, senior level. The hard ones are still pretty hard. Let me come down here. The hard ones are still pretty hard, and there's a lot of them. There's a ton of questions. You saw how long it took me to do one question. It'll take you a while to do a lot of these. And I just released new questions like 2 days ago or 3 days ago. So I'm going to be adding new questions to these. So even if you're working on these, next time you come on, there'll be more questions, right? But there's a lot of really good ones on here. Oh, I love this question. Good dog, bad owner question. This is a tough question. I love this question. I might solve this one in a little bit because I'm trying to rank up. My goal is to get to, let me go to my profile. My goal is to get to the next level. I want to get to this level. So I may have to do a few more hard questions because I want to rank up fast. But I think it's like, I can't remember what the ranking name is. I can't remember. But I want to get to that next level. Soon or in the future, we're going to have a thing where you can generate a badge, just like you can do with the certificate once you complete a course. For new people, we've had a lot of new people join. Wait, let me answer. How do you participate in the giveaway? I'm going to be doing the giveaway soon. Velus, is this like Scratch platform? The coding section is similar, but I personally made all the videos. That's one of the biggest differences. So let me come in here, go into a question. The difference between me and something like Scratch, one, at least for the whole platform, one is I have a video explanation of every single question. I walk you through my thought process, how to solve it. The other thing is I have full courses. So you can come in here, take a full course, which I'll show you in a little bit. But you can come in here, let's do the pandas for data analysis. You can come in here, and I need to edit this because I actually have 2 full projects in here. But you can come in here, you learn about it, and I don't think these aren't labeled, but you learn about these things, so filtering on columns, and then I teach you, and then you come down here and you have to actually implement what you learned. So the IDE that we were just looking at is integrated into the courses, and then you have to use what we're learning about in this actual problem. Right, so for this one, write a query to return all the phone numbers that have area code of 701. This means the phone numbers beginning in 701. And then you have this right here, and you have to write it. You have to check your answer to move on to filtering using date functions. And then you'll learn about date functions in pandas. And so that is the difference between me and something like Scratch or something like Udemy or Coursera is different platforms have different aspects of what we have here, but no one has one. So if you want to get this, just the coding stuff, you can go to Scratch, and you're going to pay more money, one, but then you won't have access to courses. So you have to go buy another subscription to something like Coursera or go somewhere else and buy something. Again, it's all put in one. And then probably the biggest thing, the best thing that I would say, honestly, is I genuinely think these are some of the best courses that you're going to find out there. I made these, and I've taken so many courses myself, so I made these specifically to be better than other courses with the integrated IDE to practice as you go. And the projects at the end are like ones that a lot of these are ones, especially this pandas one. These are probably the 2 of the best courses I've ever made, or the best projects I've ever made. They were really in depth, and so are the Excel ones that I have in my Excel course that's coming out. The ones in these ones are great too. Like, I'm not saying they're bad. They're all really good. But this pandas one, I'm just like, these are ones that I would put in my portfolio today, even if I wasn't a beginner. Now, these other some of these other ones are kind of geared more towards beginners or like intermediate. These projects are geared more towards like advanced because you have to know Python already to take this. Or I really recommend you already know Python because I don't cover a lot of the basics. So if you take this Python programming for beginners course, and then you take the pandas for data analysis, you are going to be like rocking and rolling. I genuinely I think it's everything you need to know for Python to get going, like in a real job and start using it. And so that's the difference between me and like other platforms or Analyst Builder and other platforms is it's all in one. And you may not have heard me before, but we're adding so many other things to this platform that are just going to help a lot of people. A whole resources section with resume templates, cover letter templates, different communities that you can join, and a lot of other things. We're going to be integrating AI early next year into the platform for help with coding. And then if you have questions during the courses where you can kind of like ask questions live and it's all integrated. So you don't have to pay for a ChatGPT subscription or go on Bard on a separate thing. It's all going to be in there. And then just a ton of other things. And I'll be adding more courses and I'll be adding more questions consistently. And so the difference is it's really just, it's all there, right? Let's see. Oh, Kasun's in here. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate you being here. He's like my right-hand man. He's the guy. If you have any issues, he's the guy, or come to me. But one other thing I want to point out, and this is, and I need to explicitly say a lot of this, is I've also modeled a lot of these questions after real-world scenarios. So duplicate emails. I have things on data cleaning. So there's a lot of questions where you need to clean data. Usually like the harder ones. Let's go here. I'm gonna see. Let's see. Help request. I'm just trying to find one that I know is data cleaning. This is a good one. Okay, so this is like a data cleaning example. Not the expected output. Let's go to the preview. So this is our table. The question says, Janine is a mess, which I try to add some humor into this platform because I think it's funny. Let me see. What was my wife saying? Oh, she's going to bring me lunch? I'm going to say, that's so sweet. Anything really. Maybe a sandwich. I love a good sandwich. Just give me a sec. Yeah, she's not feeling great today, but she still was doing that for me. It's super sweet of her. I try to add some humor into these, and even in the video explanation, like oftentimes I'm just laughing at my own questions, so I hope you don't mind that. But it says Janine is a mess that has been putting product sales, they have made incorrectly into the system. Write a query to standardize the names, so data standardization, data cleaning, all these things. So there's a lot in here like that. Note, to be formatted correctly, they need to be in proper case, first letter upper, lower case letters with no punctuation, include all columns. Now, the issue with this data, and Janine did a horrible job, and this happens all the time with real data, is one, we have a microphone here. It's the same product. So product ID of 101. Microphone, this microphone is not capitalized, and this microphone is capitalized but has an exclamation at the end. So we have a lot of data quality issues in here. And so I tried to model a lot of the questions around real world issues and examples, things that I've encountered in my job a lot. And you'll find these, maybe I'll come back and do this question in a little bit because you need to use regular expression on this. But a lot of these questions are modeled around real world issues, especially the very hard questions. These ones are very hard because they're things I really did in my job a lot that I would consider a little bit more difficult. And so consecutive visits, how much time someone is spending on something, a hierarchy where you needed to use some type of recursive CTE. We're breaking out a very difficult address. So for example, you're given a database containing customer addresses. Write a query to break out the address column into separate columns for street, city, state, and postal code. This is something I've done 1,000 times in my real job. But it adds a little twist, and it's a little bit more difficult than other ones because it says, note, some addresses may have additional unit or suite information, like Suite 5A. This should not be included as part of the street. So you kind of have to filter these out or get rid of some of the bad data in there and clean it up. And it's just super realistic. And so well, you need to, this is a very hard question. So this isn't part of the free. I'm just trying to share free ones with you guys so that you guys can go and try it right now. That's what I'm trying to do. But we did the cake versus pie. That was really tough. This temperature fluctuations is a really good one. I'm trying to level up in MySQL, and I'll do Python later. But this is a really good one because you have to look at the data and look at the previous day, which is really neat. So So in just a second, I'm gonna try this one. I'm gonna do a giveaway really soon. Wait, let me do next question. Next question I'll be doing. And you can try that. It's free to go do. Yes, my wife is lovely. So we have to buy the courses and questions separately. The answer is right now, yes. And the only reason for that is because I haven't set up the full subscription to have both courses and the questions. And the reason I'm having trouble with it, and let me come right here. The reason I'm having trouble with it is because we're a very unique platform. There's no other platform like it where it has both of these, both courses and the questions. And then we're adding more things in the future, like projects. We're gonna have a full project section. So if it's $15 per month here, and the course is, let's say, you know, another $30 per month, I don't want to charge $45. That's way too much money. I don't want to do it. I'd feel bad about doing it. And then I'm like, well, I would want to do maybe like $24, but then that's like $9 for all the courses per month. And I don't know, I'm struggling trying to figure out what the pricing should be for that. And that was a relatively new suggestion by someone. And I was like, I should do that, but we also have to change some of the backend infrastructure to accommodate for it. And so because of that, we haven't implemented that yet. So as of right now, this is how our pricing works. If we ever change anything, you still will have access. So if you buy this, you'll still have it. You can always stop the subscription, change your subscription later. But the courses, I wanted to genuinely keep a one-time purchase. I want you to be able to buy it once. Come in here, buy this MySQL interview crash course, get ready for your technical interview. And it goes really in depth into here's what you need to know for your technical interview. Just pay $34 and you'll never have to buy it again. You can just have it forever. And that's what I want. I don't want people to have to keep paying for the platform. I just want them to be able to buy it once and have it for the courses specifically. But also, we have these bundles and you can get 20% off right now. So if you want to buy all the courses that we have right now, you can get them for 20% off of this is $99. Or 20% off of our $349, you can get 20% off that too. And that'll give you access to all courses, all questions, and all future courses and questions. So if I make 10 more courses next year, which is, I think my plan is to make 7, you'll have access to all those when they launch and you won't have to pay anything else. So yeah, that's kind of our pricing model right now. It may change over time, but if you ever buy anything or do anything, you will have access to it. We'll never take away your access. So let's see. Okay. I am going to do a giveaway here. I'm going to be giving away a course, any course you want. You get to choose. I'm going to be giving this away to 2 winners, and here's how it works. It's semi-honor system, semi-not honor system. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to post something in the chat. If I select your name, send me a message or send me an email to alextheanalystyt@gmail.com. That's alextheanalystyouTube@gmail.com. And just tell me your name, tell me that you won and which course you would like. And I will, and so I've done this in the past and it works really well. I've never had anyone email me lying to me. And it works really well. And so, let's do, all you have to type in the chat is, I'll start it out. So all you're going to type in is Analyst Builder is cool. That's all you have to type. And when you type that, I will choose someone and then you guys can select any course you want. I will send you a code for you to have access to it. So go ahead and type that in the chat. I'm going to wait for just a second while people start typing that in there. Give it a second. All right, I see them starting to stroll in. Here we go. All right. Very good, very good. All right, I'm going to kind of scroll up. This is, we'll just see how to be honest, Mohanad, if that's how you pronounce it, he or she has been here the whole time since the beginning of the live stream and was the first person to post. So Mohanad, you are a winner today. Shoot me an email. I'm going to choose one other person now, but I'm going to choose more people later. So don't worry. I'm going to choose more people later. And one lucky person is going to win the Analyst Builder course bundle later in the stream. So you're gonna get all the courses, every single course. But for right now, Mohammed won the first one. Let me go down. Let me choose one more person. Let's see. Is there anyone else who I'm not trying to be like select. I'm not selecting like I'm trying to be somewhat random. But I'm just, if people have been here the whole time, that's wonderful. Let's see. All right. Let's go with Alan. So Alan San Pedro, you are our second winner for this giveaway. And I'm going to type it right here. You guys are our two winners. Thank you guys so much for joining. I'm going to be doing more giveaways. I plan on giving away like 10 courses and the entire Analyst Builder course bundle today. In the future, in a different one, I'm going to be giving away 2 lifetime access bundles. I think once we reach 750,000 subscribers, which will be next year, like in a couple months, I'm going to be giving away 2 of these. This is the big ticket item, but I want to start with some of these Analyst Builder course bundles. And there we go. So congrats. Thank you guys for joining. I'm going to be doing more giveaways. So if you did not win, that is okay. I will be giving away more. Now, let's come back here. We're going to do a temperature fluctuations, and I'm going to post this again. Current question. Oops. Current question working on. There we go. So go ahead and open up that question. We're going to work through this temperature fluctuations question. Again, this is a hard one. I'm trying to rank up. I want to get my badge. Let me go to my profile. This is a new account, so I just created a new account. Why is it? Oh, I'm at 110 right now. So it's from 100 to 500. Here's our current score, 110. So I need to get to 500. I really want to reach that level. I would really hope I can get there, but it takes a while. There's a lot of practice. Well, let's see what we can do. And I'm just going to focus on MySQL for now. Once I get to that level 500 points, I'm going to switch over to Python to show you guys how Python works, because Python's super fun too. So this says write a query to find all dates with a higher temperature compared to the previous dates yesterday. Order dates in ascending order. Okay, so let's go look at our data. So we have a date here, and then we have the temperature. So it says that has a higher temperature compared to the previous date. For example, this 02 is 70 degrees. This is a higher temperature than this date. Now let's see what the expected output is. So we're just doing the date. We just are it says write a query to find all the dates. So we're not doing date and temperature, we're just doing the date. So for something like this, there's 2 schools of thought. One, I could do a self-join, and I could join this to the previous days by saying this date plus 1, or this date minus 1. And then I would have date, this date, temperature, and then this date and temperature next to each other. So I could do that, or I can just use a lag function, and the lag function will say this temperature, lag minus 1. Lead is the opposite, so we have lag and lead, but lag should look back 1. Let me see. I think that should work. I think the lag should work. Let's just try it. So I'm going to, and I just need to choose the date. So maybe I just need to do everything and then do lag. Let me see if I know how to write this. Because this is we're going to do lag on the temperature, I believe. Or is it the date? I don't know. Let's just start writing this. No order list. Oh, okay. I need to order this by the date, I think. I think that's what I need to do. So this gave me some context. It says unknown code, no order list, and Windows specification for lag. So I think I just need to say order by date. Oh, order by. What am I doing? The amateur was a rookie mistake. Okay. So here now, this is essentially what I was going to do, but with a inner self join. But I didn't want to do that. It's too much work. So now we have 01, and we're looking at the previous date. Now, since this is the first one, it doesn't have one. But this one, we have 1 and 2, or sorry, we have January, the 2nd of January. No, wait. Yeah, 2nd of January, but we have the temperature, and then we have the previous day's temperature. So let me call this as previous day's temp. And let's run this. And what did I do wrong? What am I doing, guys? I'm making myself look like a fool here. Absolute fool. So let's, real quick, let me see if I have oh, I do have the thing in here and the code. Okay, I was just making sure. Yeah, so I just got a glimpse. Someone asked what the lag function does. Hey, listen, if you don't know, go check out this lesson. It's free. I posted it in here. This is to the explanation of it. If you come here, you can watch this explanation of I describe exactly what the lag function does, how it works, and how to solve this problem. But the lag function essentially takes, we're looking at the temperature. That's what we're going to be putting in our output. We're doing that based off of the date. So we're ordering by the date and then taking the previous temperature in the previous row, essentially. So now we have this, and now all we have to do is say where the temperature is greater than the previous day's temperature. Can I do that in this, or do I need to use this as a subquery or CTE? I think I can do it because I can just, I think I can do it. Let me see if I can. So now I'm just trying to choose the date. Oh no, I don't think I can. I don't think because in my output is just the date. So I need to use this as a CT. So I'm going to say with, and we'll do temps as, and then we'll wrap this in here. Maybe I can. I'll check the answer once I'm done, but I think I need to use a CT. So this is my new CTE name. So now I'm going to do select everything. I'll do from temps. So this is kind of like a little mini table. This is our data. And then we're saving it as like a CTE, which is a common table expression. And then we're selecting everything from that common table expression. And now we can do this really easily. Oh, wait, maybe I could. I can just do it in the where statement, maybe. What am I thinking? Let me try to do it with how I'm doing it right here, but I think I don't need the CT. I think I'm complicating it. Because I just need to say where the temperature is greater than the previous day's temperature. Let me run this. Now we have 2, 4, 5, 8, 9. 2, 4, 5, 8, 9. So we got it. Now all we have to do is select the date. And there we go. Now let's check this. And there we go. We got the answer right. But let me see if I needed to use that temp table, because I think I could also just filter here. So let me get rid of this. And let's run this. Oh, no, I don't think I could. Because again, I have to do where this, but I still am only trying to select the date. So I think I had it right. I think I had this right. Let's go look at the solution. It's in MySQL. Select the date. Oh, here I did. Okay. So in this one, I didn't use the lag function. So in my answer here, I didn't use the lag function. And this actually looks simpler. Let's check this out. So this actually looks simpler than what I decided to do. Here I used a lag function, and I had to use a CTE with it because we had to select a specific column within this data. So I use a CTE. Now here, I just used a join, a self join. So if we go back and look at the data, I just joined it to itself based off of the date difference of these dates being 1, and this is kind of my filter, and the temperature of table 1 is greater than table 2. That's how I did it in this answer. But you can do it with the lag function as well. That's the beauty of the platform, is you can do it in any different way. There isn't one way that I force you to do it, but I do give hints. So let me see what the hints were. Try joining the data to itself. This way you can compare 2 columns together. Tie them together where the date is equal to the date before, so you can compare them. That's a practical hint. That's a practical hint. So I got it right. Hey, let's see. That one looks more difficult. I actually think this one was more easy, Diego, in my opinion. But hey, listen, go try it out. There's a few free hard ones on the platform. You can just try it out. Yes, Mohammed, us humans tend to overcomplicate things sometimes. Absolutely. I tend to do that quite a bit. But that is what I would say is the thing that as you get more advanced in writing any programming language or query language like SQL, is once you write it out and you figure out how it works. I'm gonna, for example, like I used to work with tens of millions of rows of data. I would write a query and then it would take like 30 minutes to run, which is not ideal because it's really complex. Then I have to think, okay, how can I make this faster? Because I'm about to put this in a stored procedure that's going to run every night. And if it takes 30 minutes, that's a lot of load time on our servers. In the advanced MySQL course, I talk about how some of these things, like how you have to think about these things. So query optimization is important, but also things like indexing. You have to think about how you can speed these queries up. Maybe it's rewriting the code, rewriting your query, or maybe it's changing something to the database itself, like creating an index or storing the data differently. That's where it becomes a lot more complicated, a lot more advanced. But for something like this, to be fair, something like this, yes, I wrote this, I complicated it a little bit, but I probably could have rewritten it and done this and made it, maybe it's a little simpler. Sometimes though, certain joins can take a long time depending on the size of the data. So maybe even a CTU would have been faster. Completely depends on the data. But hey, we got it right. Got that green check mark. And let's go check our score right here. I want you guys to, maybe it is 75 points for the hard. Yeah, wait, I was at 110. It is 75 points. So I was at 110 before, I got a hard, and now I completed a hard question. I got 75 points for it. Yeah, 75, maybe it's 35 points for a moderate. What's 110 minus 75? 110, wait, I'm about to math right here. So 110 minus 75 is equal to 35. So then I do minus 10 because the easy question is 10. So the moderate questions are 25 points. So it goes 10, 25, 75, 100. Maybe I should make it more. I think very hard questions should be like 150 points because soon we got to make those very hard ones 150 points. I'll send a note. I'm just kidding. But I might update that. Okay, so I'm working towards, right now I'm at 185 points. I'm trying to get to 500 because I think it's like, I can't remember what the badge is for that. But then it goes novice, something master. I don't remember what it was. But anyways, I'm gonna take some questions really quick. And then I'll go back to answering some questions. We've been at this for 2 hours now. I've been here for 2 hours. We've already had thousands of people come through, a couple hundred people at a time. We're rocking and rolling. I see some good questions. That one looks more difficult. Okay, so what order would you recommend to complete the courses and starting from scratch? This is something that we're gonna be adding early next year as a roadmap of learning. Because right now they're just here and they're great courses, they're amazing, but you may not know which order to do it. And so specifically for beginners or people who don't know what order, I'm gonna recommend like a learning path. Here's how I would learn it. I would be taking, because right now we only have a selection of courses, I'm gonna be adding Excel and Tableau very soon. So, but for what is here right now, definitely start with MySQL for data analytics. This is a super comprehensive course. This will get you ready for like an entry-level job, 100%. And the courses and the projects are really good at the end that you can add to your portfolio. You will be job ready just with this one. If you want to go above and beyond, you can do the advanced MySQL for data analysis. This gets you introduced to a little bit more complex things. Things that you maybe haven't worked with a lot, but I think it's useful, really good. But I think this one is for most people, this one will be the one to take. Then I would take Python for programming and then pandas. So I started with SQL and Python because you can, in the question section, it's SQL and Python for right now. That's why I started with those. But Excel is going to be coming out very soon, which is a standard, a staple. You have to take Excel, or you have to know how to use Excel. And then Tableau, which is a really solid BI tool. Then I'll be doing, then right after those two are released, I'll be doing an Azure. I may be doing an Azure and an AWS course, or just an Azure and then a separate AWS course. I haven't decided yet. Depends on how much content I have for it, but I'm already planning that one. And then I'll be doing an AI course. With all of those, I'll create a learning path for it, so that people know what to take. And I'll create a few different paths to take. But I would start with MySQL for data analytics, and then Python and Pandas. If you already know Python, take this Pandas one, MySQL and Pandas. That's the one I would start with. Let's see. Isn't database modification to improve performance a database admin job, or is it a data analyst job? It depends on where you work. When I was working at a big, large, global company, I would not do that stuff. I go to a data engineer or one of our database developers, and I would work with them saying, hey, this query is taking a long time. Let's see how we can improve its performance. And then we'd work on that. And I was like, well, it's for this automated job that we run overnight to pull this data in and transform the data. And they're like, okay, yeah, let's work on this. And we'd optimize it and we get it done. But when I worked at a smaller company, I had to do all of it. So I did all these things. And, it can definitely be something that a data analyst has to do. Even though I would say it's more data engineering, data developers, it is something that you may need to do. It just is. You can make a leaderboard every week. We'll have a global one, then we'll also have like a weekly one. So it's like an overall score and then like a weekly score. We will have that. Hello, I just graduated from a boot camp and recently on the job search. Do you have any advice? If you graduate from a boot camp, hopefully you'll have people at the boot camp who are helping you find a job. If they are not, if that's not what their program does, they don't offer a money back guarantee, I'm not a fan. And I'm sorry that you took it. I hope it really helped. And I hope you have a team, like a dedicated person to help you find a job. My recommendation is get in touch with a recruiter and start practicing for your technical interviews, AKA doing technical questions. Focus primarily on easy, moderate. And once you have those down and you're like knocking them out and you're like, okay, these are a lot easier, then move on to try the hard ones, which involves a lot more CTEs, a lot more window functions, more difficult types of joins, things like that. So that's what I would do if I were you, genuinely. JC Tupaz says, John from Phil's, I'm guessing that's Philippines. I just want to ask if you plan to have another plan, like get the Analyst Builder CRS bundle first, then later upgrade to Lifetime for a lower price. We're trying to figure out how to do that because people have bought the bundle. They'll buy this bundle right here. And then they're like, well, I really want to include the technical questions for life and get all the future courses. Because this one only gives you the courses right here. This one gives you access to all the starting courses for SQL, Python, Pandas. This will get you all the access to the courses and the questions and all future questions and courses. So people want to upgrade. We're trying to figure out how to do that. And I think we have figured it out. We just have to implement it, which may take a couple weeks. So we'll check, hey, did you buy this bundle? Oh, you bought it for $99 after fees and taxes. That's, $80. And then we'll take $80 off of this. So it's just a logic to it. But we actually have been looking into that because a lot of people have said they want to upgrade and we want you to be able to upgrade and get that discount. So yes, we are looking into that. Yeah. And adding a profile picture, yes, we'll have a place where you can add a profile picture for the leaderboards and stuff like that. We have to implement some type of system so that people don't post inappropriate things. But we are looking into that. And then the roadmap will be available in not too long. The Excel course is going to launch in January, early January. Then the Tableau course will launch probably in late February. The roadmap will be available right after Tableau is done. So early next year. Probably by March, we'll have a full roadmap available and stuff like that. Data engineering. So I myself love data engineering. And I could consider myself quite good at it, but I would want maybe to bring in someone who's a little bit better at the in-depth engineering, which I would love, but I want to focus more on how it relates to data analytics. So something like an analytics engineer, and then do something maybe data science and bring someone in for that. Because again, that's not my specialty. I specialize in analytics. So in the future, though, I do plan on having small sections where you can kind of branch out. Okay, I know data analytics. I've done it. I'm thinking about doing a little bit of data engineering, or I want to learn some of those skills. I plan on having things for that. I just kind of have been setting it up. Let's see. Why do I feel like Python is least used in data analyst jobs? I've actually used Python a ton in my job. Compared to SQL, it's not used as much. The primary skills that people use are going to be SQL, Excel, and then a BI tool. Definitely the core skills to learn. But Python, I feel like I used a lot more as I got more advanced, and especially as I got to a larger company, they used a lot more advanced things. So for example, in Python, I did a lot of automation. The Python translated really well when I got into cloud. So I started using Azure a lot. I started being able to use a lot of Python and PySpark, which is a Python variation of Spark. And so I found that I used a lot more as I got more advanced. That's what I found. If you guys are just joining, I had a whole setup at home ready to go. It's going to look really professional and really great. And then my internet went out. And so I am at my dad's school right now, just chilling in a room. And so I hope you guys are okay with that. I brought my microphone. I hope the audio is good at least. Let me see. Yeah, we're still doing good. But it was literally this morning. I'm like, oh, I have my live stream. Let's go set it up. Internet's down. Let's see. Completed the Google Data Analytics cert. The course primarily taught Google Sheets. I prefer it so much over Excel, but I was wondering for your resume or tech interview if it matters. More companies use Excel than Google Sheets, and Excel has more functionality. Google Sheets is great. I like Google Sheets myself. I use it myself for certain clients that I work with because I do consulting. But Excel does have more functionality. It does have a lot more features that you cannot get in Google Sheets. So I kind of recommend you can have both on your resume, but I wouldn't just put Google Sheets. Although I think if you know Google Sheets, you should be able to put Excel on your resume, right? Because there's still a lot of crossover. Do you need Power BI for an entry-level job or just SQL? I started out with just SQL and Excel. Just SQL and Excel. Then I learned a BI tool on my first job. So you don't absolutely have to have it, but I look at it as like percentages. If you only know SQL, you're limiting yourself to a certain percentage of jobs. Then you know Excel, then you know a BI tool. You're opening up more jobs for yourself to apply for and actually have a chance of getting. Trust me, it's worth to not cancel this live. Thanks, Alex. Thank you. Thank you, Nora. Nora, you've been here since the beginning. I really appreciate you being here. You've been really supportive. And you've, been active in the chat, which I really appreciate. But thank you. Thank you. Yes, this was my backup plan, and I would have loved to have been in my office and have all my lights and everything and my better camera. I'm using a webcam, which I never use. This is like in my junk drawer. But hey, I go with the flow. It's okay. Let's see. Do you have a recommended course for statistics and math, or do you suggest to include some course for this in the roadmap? In my Excel course that's coming out early next month, that course, I have a whole section on statistics that I think is probably all you need to know, in my opinion. Now, in certain positions like financial analytics, you might need to go more in depth, but I have worked with a lot of clients. In my consulting, I've worked for a healthcare analytics company. I've worked as an analytics manager in IT. Everything I teach in the Excel is probably all you need to know. Mean, median, mode, standard deviations, percentages. What's the other stuff? There's a few other sections in that course. So in the Excel course, I have a section on statistics. I don't think I'm going to make a whole course on statistics because unless I bring someone in who specializes in it, because I have not found that you need to go crazy in depth in statistics for most data analyst jobs. That's my opinion. But I will, it's in the Excel course. Will you offer management classes on how to review your team's code and dashboards? Oh, maybe in the future, in 2 years, but that's not going to be something I focus on at the beginning. Will there be data science? I plan on bringing someone in to do 1 or 2 courses on data science in the future. Sayar Sign said, hello, Alex. I'm from a maths background and you're a teacher. Hey, that's awesome. I come from a family of teachers. Now I'm on the way to learning data analysis. Congrats. I really hope this platform can be helpful. Rohit Drone Academy said, how AI replaced working of data analyst. I am a firm believer. And I'm going to give you my opinion on it as succinct as I can, and then I'll tell you kind of like what other people think. I genuinely think AI is going to be an enabler and is going to really enlarge the data community as a whole. A lot more jobs are going to be opened up because of AI, because there's so many people who are kind of dinosaurs with their data, who are seeing AI really transform things, and they have to now start implementing AI, but you can't do that without a team. You can't do that without a data infrastructure team or data analysts who know what they're actually doing. And so that's going to really expand what people need. And from what I've seen for the actual data analysis, AI is really only good for like the basics. Once you start getting into more advanced things, it doesn't work. And I've tried it. I've really wanted it to work on certain projects that I've worked on. It just doesn't. And it gets you like sometimes 80% of the way there, sometimes 50% of the way there, but it helps. It's an enabler. Now, I've talked to a lot of experts in the area who are like at big tech companies who who are experts in the field, whether they're an analytics manager, senior data analysts, data scientists. I've talked to a lot of different people. I've only had one person who was like, I think AI is, not going to be helpful for us, or it's not going to be something that's going to really change things for us because of XYZ. Most people I talked to, the vast majority, we're all saying the same thing, which is AI, we're looking into it right now, but we see AI as something that we're going to invest a lot of money, a lot of time, and invest a lot of, I got to put this guy in a timeout. It's too many messages. I can't see all the other ones. Sorry, friend. That's a lot of time and money, and we're going to have to increase our headcount for this. More data analysts, more data scientists, more people. AI is not a one-size-fits-all cure to things. And in fact, some areas it's going to complicate things. You'll need to bring in more specialized people. So that's my take on it. I'm not going to do a full, I have multiple videos on it if you're interested. Do you think R is a good program for data analyst? Absolutely. Absolutely it is. But I just personally prefer Python. But I used R in my job for like 2 years. I am no newbie to R. I know how to use it very well. But I just always preferred using Python. And that's why I recommend it. Other people at other jobs and at other backgrounds, they recommend that you learn R. That's okay. But I personally think Python is just more versatile. Do you think, I just answered that one. Priya said, I just want to say you're an amazing teacher. I can't wait to purchase this. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really tried to make these courses the best courses that you can buy. Genuinely. I hope that comes across in the courses as well. Any suggestions to get job as a data analyst who has career gap, working on from 6 months? If you lost a job, really sorry to hear that. Or maybe you just took time off, right? Maybe you took a break to care for someone or have a child, or who knows what it is. But if you have a career gap, I have never really seen that as a big red flag in my interviews, although some interviewers or hiring managers may see that as a red flag. I really recommend the same thing I'd recommend to anyone searching for a job right now, which is get with a recruiter, make a really good resume. I have videos on resumes on my YouTube channel. Make a really good resume, make a good portfolio with projects in it, and start applying with the recruiters. Now, if you don't know how to reach out to a recruiter, I have a whole video, how to use LinkedIn to get a job. That shows you how to reach out to recruiters on LinkedIn, how to get recruiters to reach out to you. So go check that out. Can an accountant become a data analyst? 100%. If anything else, that's a great background to be in. I would have loved to have been an accountant. I was a recreational therapist. That's what I have a degree in, guys. Recreational therapy. Nothing to do with this field. But everything I kind of teach in these courses and on the platform and on my YouTube channel, I'm telling you from the perspective of I broke in myself and was able to make it happen, and I know you can too. And here I kind of give a lot of tips and tricks on how I did and how you can too. It's expensive for Indian people. Yes. So right now our prices are USD. We're using Stripe. So we're trying to figure out how to do it based off of location. Not trying to figure out, there's a way to do it. It just takes a while to do. We will have a location-based payment in the future, hopefully. We just have to kind of figure out how to implement it on our back end. But it is possible. We just haven't been able to do it yet. Suraj said, love the platform. Thank you. It's like learning from a friend. It's fun and educational, which is the best way to learn. I'm so happy to hear that. That's exactly what I'm like. That's like my goal for this whole platform, is just for it to be really fun and exciting to learn. I've taken a lot of courses where they were just really boring courses. I tried to make it fun. And I think the questions platform is also just like, the questions part of the platform is just really, really fun. I'm going to solve another question just a little bit. Actually, yeah, I'm going to. Have you thought about offering online consultation? I have a whole consulting business where I work with tech startups and larger tech companies in a lot of different areas for analytics. And so, yeah, I do consulting right now. That's like probably most of my work right now. Do you have members on your team from Latin or Europe? No, most of my team is in Asia. Most of my team's in Asia. Let's see. How good a background in international business or media buying when becoming a data analyst? I don't know. I'm not super familiar with both those jobs, if I'm being honest. Dev said, thank you, Alex. Great platform. Love the way you teach. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Aria said, Sir Alex, I've mirrored your portfolio and add to my GitHub. Is that okay? Absolutely. Take the projects, use them, add them to your portfolio. But I do recommend going above that and trying to create your own projects or improve on those projects and kind of make it your own, right? But those projects, I think, yes, you can 100% use them. And in the courses, it's like if we come up here, in these courses, I have projects, and except for in the crash course, because it's not really a project base, it's more for interviews. But in all these ones where we have projects, these projects are meant for you to use, and they're unique and they're really good. And yeah, I want you to use them. They're not just for you to look at. You know, I want you to use them. I really do. Yeah, so I was talking about this a little bit ago. It says, good platform and hope you manage to implement all other planned features. Do you plan like community forums where people could exchange and discuss solutions? Yes. That is something that, the thing is though, when you start allowing people to post things on your platform, it opens you up to some risk of spam, of inappropriate things, of things you just need to take into consideration, right? It's like a social media platform at that point. It is more difficult. And so, yes, we are looking into it. We have a whole team that's working on this with us. It's not just me. And so the whole team is like really smart people who've built this whole platform. And yes, we are looking into that. I'll answer this one question, then I'm going to do another question on Analyst Builder. It says, can you please tell me a little bit about what you do as a consultant? Now, I have made a whole video on what I do as a consultant and how you can kind of get into it as well. So I'm not going to talk too much about it, but go check out that video. It's a long form video. It's like an hour video on my YouTube channel. Now, I have people, I'm in a position, which is I'm extremely grateful for, where people reach out to me. They see me on YouTube, or they see me on LinkedIn, and they're a startup, and they're like, hey, we want your services. They reach out to me saying, hey, here's our product, here's what we're doing, here's what we'd like you to do, or here's what we need from someone like you. I'm just gonna kind of go into some of the things that I do for them. One is just general consulting. They're like, hey, we have this product, we want to do something, and we don't know how to do it. Whether it's, we want to migrate to the cloud, we want to implement a BI service into this, and I've done those things, so I can advise on how to do that. Two is actually doing data analysis. Hey, we're encountering, we're trying to do this, and we can't figure out how to do it. Can you come help us analyze this data or do something? And that's where I have specialties. Like SQL is a specialty of mine. I would consider myself an expert at SQL, and I'll come in and I'll help them figure it, or in Python, and I'll help them figure it out. And then I leave. I just help them figure out an issue they're having. 3 is I'm helping them with go-to-market strategies for data products or market fits. So for example, when I was a hiring manager, I did a lot of the purchases for my team and for my department. And so I had to, I have a good perspective when people have a product. I can say, okay, you don't want to target that at, CIOs, which is what they were doing, or CTOs. You want to target that at the managerial level. And so here's how you get into that market, because I was there. And so that's how you do it. And then sometimes I make videos, like internal or external videos for people, because I have some video background. So that's what I do. So I do a little bit of everything. It's pretty all over the place. Paul said, sorry, just rejoined. Is Power BI in the future? Yes. Power BI in the future. Absolutely. 100%. Can we get passwords throughout web scraping? I don't know what that means. You have to clarify for me. All right, I'm going to go over to the questions page. As you should, go ahead and actually, I'm going to do join this question. Actually, let me choose a question first, and then I'll do it. All right, let's choose a question. I'm going to do a moderate one because the hard ones that take a long time. I also want to show you ones that are moderate, right? Tech layoffs could be an interesting one. I don't remember what was in that question. These are all the free questions, by the way. So you can go and take any of these questions. Right now, you have access to everything. Let me do this too much information. This sounds like a good one. So again, I'm going to post this question. Do this question with me. So go over to Analyst Builder. All you have to do is create an account. It's free to create an account and try this question with me. So this is called TMI, too much information. Often when you're working with customer information, you'll want to sell that data to a third party. Just being honest. Every company I've worked for has done this. Most companies do this unless they have contracts with people where you can't sell their data. Sometimes it is illegal to give away sensitive information, such as a full name. Here you're given a table that contains a customer ID and their full name. Return the customer ID with only their first name for each customer. Now this is a moderate question. And so we're going to need to do a little bit of separation here. We have John McGarry, but we don't want John McGarry. We're just going to include John. So we have to get rid of this McGarry somehow. This is something I've done this, no joke, hundreds of times in the real world where we're like, hey, we need to pass this data off to this person who is a client of ours. We have to get rid of some of this information because it's, what's it called? PMI, personal, is it PMI? It's just personal information, personal identification information. I don't remember what it's called. My brain isn't working right now. But you can't have full names in there. It has to be quote unquote de-identified data, which is if I had like an address, a phone number, social security number, I can't include some of that information when I send data to these companies. So let's see how we can do this. Let's get rid of this limit 10 here. Let's run this. Now, my first thought is, one, we just need the customer ID. So let's do customer underscore ID, and then we need the full underscore name for now. But then let's come down here. Actually, let's run this. Now we need a new column for now, and then we'll get rid of this full name. But we need a new column. We just need to separate this out. We can do that. Let me think. There should be a function. And what's this function called? Is it not substring? I have to think of it off the top of my head. I could Google it. It's not substring. It's where we can use a delimiter to look at a delimiter. Give me a second. I'm trying to think of what that's called. It's not substring. Is it substring? I don't think it is substring. Because if we do substring full name, I think if we do like 5, let's run this. Yeah. So we're starting at number 5 and going forward. But I think there's a function where we can look at the delimiter. I'm just forgetting what it's called. Is it substring index? Substring index? That sounds right. Full name, and then we have like, how do we do this? This is a substring index. There's a parameter count, incorrect parameter count in the call to native function. Yeah, because I need to specify what we're doing. I think it's like this, or a space. Let me look at the hints real quick. You'll need to split on a delimiter the space. Split on this and only keep the first name. Yeah, I already knew that. Alex, what a terrible hint. That's my own hint. I'm pretty sure it is substring index. I'm just trying to remember what the parameters are for this. I think maybe you pass through this first. Let's try this. Then we'll do a comma. I think we pass through the delimiter first. Let's try it. Dang it. All right, I'm going to Google substring index. Substring index MySQL. Let's see what the parameters are for this. The string delimiter number. Oh, I was so close. Okay. Hey, listen, even I forget these things. I can't remember every single one. We'll just do this, and then the first one. That's what we needed. There we go. Okay. So the issue is we have a parameter here, and the parameter is we have to have the string, so that's our full name. Then we have the delimiter. What do we want to split this string on? We need it on the space in between, and then we want to only do it on the first space, on the first delimiter, which is this one. So now we just have John, Sally, Jenny. It takes the first part of the full name. And we're going to do this as, what do we need it as? First name. So we'll do it as first underscore name. Now we can get rid of this. We'll run this. And now this looks exactly like the output we were looking for. And it says return the customer ID with only, yeah, this should be right. Let's go ahead and check our answer. And there we go. We got that solution correct. Try this one out. Substring index for this one, but I don't think it's the same for Microsoft SQL Server. I think it's different for this one. And it's definitely different for Python. But once I get this badge in a little bit, at 200 points, that's what I'm talking about. Once I get this next badge, because right now I'm a MySQL beginner, once I earn more points and I get the next badge, I'm going to try Python. Just so you know, and we're going to add this to the questions page, but when you do an easy question, you get 10 points. When you do a moderate or medium question, you get 25 points. When you do a hard question, you get 75. And then for a very hard question, you earn 100 points. And so right now I'm at 210, and you rank up and you can become MySQL Master. That takes like 3,500 points, but you can also earn points by doing a course. So if you complete a MySQL course, you earn 500 points towards your rank here. We're also going to be adding a leaderboard over here. We have all the data on the back end. We're just adding a leaderboard soon of people on a month, like an overall leaderboard. Right? So if you've taken a lot of courses, you've done a ton of questions, you have a ton of points, you're going to be like high up on our leaderboard. And then each week we'll have a leaderboard for weekly users. So you can become, even if you just started today, you could get on the leaderboard. Whoops. So we're still looking at the free ones. These are all free to do right now. You can go on here, you can try it out, test it out. I want you to. Now, I just did one. Yes. Okay, Alan. Thank you for telling me now. I already did the question. I'm just kidding. Thanks, Alan. I really appreciate it. Yeah. PII, personally identifiable information. That's what I was trying to say. Can we separate based on the space between the names? Yes. And I did. We were able to figure it out. Great way to solve the problems you're performing, like how most of us would perform and utilize the website to find the answer. Exactly. Now, listen, if I couldn't find it, let's go back to that question. Where was that question? Too much information. Now, if I couldn't figure it out, you can get hints. You can look at the expected output. If you can't figure it out, you can always go to the solution and take a look. What do I do here? I use trim. That's probably smart to do, just to make sure you don't have any spaces or gaps in the data. I should have done that. Previous Alex was much smarter than current Alex, I'm finding very quickly. And if you couldn't figure it out even after looking at the solution, you didn't understand it, I walked through that solution with you. Now, right now, just a note, I only have MySQL videos, but I'm going to be adding ones in Python later. I just have like there's like over 100 questions right now in the questions page. I'll be adding more. And so it just takes a long time to record every single video, but I will be doing that. I will be doing that. One thing I want you guys to try, just it'll take a long time, is I really want you guys to try one of these very hard questions. These questions are very hard. Very, very, very difficult. I want people to try them. I've had a few people solve them already and sent me confirmation. This is what I told people when they were beta testing it. I was like, if you can solve this question, you can send this to me, I will be very impressed. I was like, you really know how to use the tool if you can solve these questions. Like, you really understand it. And when people would send it to me, I'd be like, dude, you did it. You were the first one, or, you were able to solve it. You're one of the very few who solved it. There's very few people who can solve these very hard questions. And I'm not making them so incredibly hard where they're impossible. They just really, it'd probably take, like, if you know MySQL pretty well, if you're doing it in MySQL, it'd probably take you a solid 30, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour or so to solve it if you don't get any hints or you don't watch the solution video or anything like that. And so I really want people to try those. Now let me clear this. I'm going to just go back to the free questions here. You can also search by completed and incomplete. So if you only want to look at the incomplete, we can do that. So now we don't have to go look at the ones we've already done. Let me do an easy one. I'll do a moderate one, and then I'll do the last free hard one, which is Kelly's third purchase, because that's a cool one. Let's do heart attack risk. Here we go. Now, this is one that inspired me because this is something that this is like a crazy simplified version of it. But, I used to work with a lot of patient data and hospital data from doctors' offices and all these different things. So this one kind of brings me back. I really like it. Let me share this one with you guys. Try this question out. If you're just joining, this is not my normal setup. I apologize. Alex is surprised. Yes. Yeah, I'm finding that previous Alex was a lot smarter than current Alex. Like a couple months ago, Alex, I was so Milton said he's looking at like ratios for points. I need to change the point system a little bit, I think. But it's currently 10 points for easy, 25 for moderate, 75 for hard, 100 for very hard. The hard questions, that would be the fastest way if you're just doing questions to level up. But they're hard, so they take a little while longer. I think the very hard questions I'm going to change to 150 points. I think it needs to be. They're much harder, and there's not a lot of them because they're so hard. I didn't put a lot of them on here. Oh, we'll do this heart attack question in just a second. I'll answer some questions, and then we'll get to the question. But it says, a bit off topic, but this is from C Chef. How did you find yourself working on it as a data analyst, as a junior data analyst? I look forward to learning from your site. I was working at a nonprofit as a caretaker, essentially. I made food for people. I had a degree in recreational therapy, but I could not find a job with that degree. And I was working at a caretaker at a nonprofit, and a job opened up at the nonprofit for a data collection specialist and analyst. Had no idea what it was, but my girlfriend at the time, my now wife, said I was really smart and I should do it. And it was just Excel. It was just Excel work, just basic numbers, nothing crazy, just collecting data for grants. And I was like, I don't think I would really enjoy it or know how to do it or like it. But I was like, let me try it because it was a higher pay. I was making like 36,000, and then when I got the data collection job at the nonprofit, I was making $47,000. So it was a jump in pay, so I was willing to do it. Well, I got in there and I really liked it. I was like, man, I really like this data stuff. It's pretty neat. And then I started like looking up, like, how do I advance my career in this? Because this seems more of a better career than recreational therapy, which is what I was doing. And then I just went from there. I started learning SQL. I got a different job, got a better job, learned Python, learned Power BI, learned Azure, Tableau, got a promotion to manager. And then during that whole time, I created this YouTube channel. And so, yeah, that's kind of like my progression. These comments. Diego said, maybe it's because you don't do these problems more often now. Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, but I know these. If I really think about it hard enough, I know it. That's what's so fun about it. It's like, it really is a challenge to get to these questions, which is super fun. That's funny. Yeah, there's your answer. Philip said, will lifetime access to Analyst Builder include future courses? Yes. Lifetime access is going to include all future courses and questions. So if you buy now, and it's 20% off too, so it's 20% off the $349. But if you buy now, when I release the Excel courses, I have another course that's coming out in a couple weeks, but it's a condensed version of the Pandas course. It's the Python interview crash course. So that's for people interviewing in Python. That there's a crash course for that. Really, really good, but it's kind of like a condensed version of the Pandas course. And then it's more focused on interviewing. That's what it's for. Then after that, a couple weeks after that, the Excel course will come out. It's already being edited. It's being finalized, and then I'll put it up. And then right now I'm recording the Tableau course. Those courses will all be done in the next couple months, and you'll have access to all of them with the lifetime bundle. And just so you guys know, that 20% off, there's a 20% off. Let's go look at it. 20% off applies to anything you purchase. So if you purchase the $349, 20% off. If you just do the questions, 20% off yearly, 20% off lifetime for the questions. Now, if you're looking for the lifetime bundle for questions and courses, don't buy this one. This is only for the questions under the questions tab. So if you just really like the questions, you want to grind those out, and that's how you learn best, you don't like courses, do that. But it's 20% off. And the courses. So be sure to use this when you check out, and it will work. You'll get 20% off anything you purchase. All right, let's go back. Oh, I'm going to stay over here just in case I want to go back to it later. But let's go back. Let me see real quick if there's any other questions. Yes, lifetime bundle will give you access to everything, all courses, all questions in the future. And I just released the Pandas course 3 days ago, and I just released several questions last week. And so I will be continually rolling them out. I want to be a data analyst in SQL. Should I learn MySQL or Microsoft SQL Server? The reason that I made a MySQL course is because, one, it is very popular in the real world. Two, anybody can learn it. If you're on a Mac, if you're on a PC, a PC, Microsoft SQL Server is specific. You can use it in ways on Macs, but it's harder to do. I recommend people learning MySQL first. If you get a job where you are using Microsoft SQL Server, you can pick it up pretty quick. If you already know MySQL, you can pick up SQL Server very quickly. Do you know that now the market has become more hard for entry-level positions? If so, how can we stand out? Well, right now the market's harder for everyone. Genuinely, this is not a reflection on entry-level jobs. Genuinely, it is, even at the senior level, it's more difficult right now. More than anything, the reason is because inflation is causing a lot of issues. And because of that, and overhiring during the pandemic in 2020, 2021, they did layoffs. And so there's a lot of qualified people out there. So it's not just entry-level jobs it's tough to find a job. It is across the board. Now, this ebbs and flows. This is a natural progression. If you go and you start Googling this and looking at this, you will find that this is a natural progression of the job market. And right now we're just in a slow season. A lot of people got laid off in 2022 at the beginning. I think that near the end of 2022, I have talked to a lot of people. A lot of people think that 2024, the end of 2024, which is summer and on, is going to be a big hiring season for a lot of companies. And so that's kind of where I'm looking at. I'm kind of keeping my tabs on and track of it so I can keep people up to date. But how to make yourself stand out genuinely is, and I say the same things, but you'd be surprised how many people don't do it. The people who end up getting jobs are usually the people who do the exact steps that I recommend, and they consistently do them. They don't just try it and then quit. They do it. Is one, you got to learn the skills. You have to know the skills. Two, create a really good resume. On my YouTube channel, I have a really great resume. We'll have a complete section on the platform for resumes, cover letters, all communities, all these things on the platform next year. But go watch that video now. Make a great resume. make a portfolio with projects, have a really good resume. The resume is super important. Then start reaching out to recruiters and have recruiters reach out to you. So go on LinkedIn. I have a video, how to get a job on LinkedIn. Use that video to reach out to recruiters and use it to understand how recruiters work and what they're looking for. Optimize your LinkedIn profile and work with recruiters to apply for jobs. I, at one point when I was first starting out, was working with 6 or 7 recruiters at a time. Now, when I say working with, they had I said, hey, I'm looking for an entry-level job. Here's, my experience, which wasn't much. And I was like, I would email them and they were like, okay, yeah, great. If anything comes across, we'll email you. I didn't want to just rely on them to email me. So every single week I had a list of people. I would email them once a week and I would call them once a week to say, hey, has anything come across your desk? Here's what I'm working on right now. And I was relentless. And if you do that, you will be more successful than almost everybody else trying to apply right now. Because most people applying are just creating a resume and applying on Indeed or LinkedIn. There are some people who are working with recruiters and then they reach out to the recruiters once and they hope that they'll reach out to them again. You need to be consistent and you need to really work hard. But once you get that experience, it becomes a lot easier to land the next job. But that is how you set yourself apart. I see other questions. Let me see someone. As someone who became a manager, what is something you consistently saw in hopeful data analysts that you were looking to hire that prevented you from continuing with their interview? Usually it was domain knowledge. So, and this isn't at every place, but when I was a manager, we were working with very specific types of data that required some domain knowledge. I couldn't hire someone if they didn't have it because that would take way too long to catch them up to speed on the domain side of things. And so if you know a little, when I was the manager, I was working in IT. So that was cybersecurity data, ticket data, help request data, all these different things. Now, some of this cybersecurity data and all these other things were, if you've never looked at it, it's extremely confusing. And so that would have taken many months to get them up to speed. Whereas if I hired someone who had the domain knowledge, I could teach them our tools because we use some proprietary tools, some Microsoft tools that no one else uses. And so I wasn't worried as much about tools as I needed someone who knew a little bit about IT, who had either worked in IT before or, something like that. So that's like something that pretty quickly, I could tell if they knew some domain or not. Now it was a big bonus if they already had some of the skills, a big bonus. But I kind of was willing to set that aside because we really need someone with the domain knowledge. Main difference between MySQL and Microsoft SQL Server is that Microsoft SQL Server is a paid service. They do have a free option, but Microsoft SQL Server is a paid service through Microsoft. And they have something called T-SQL, Transact SQL, which has a few different features that MySQL does not have. I used T-SQL for years. I actually prefer it over the syntax and functionality of MySQL. I just think MySQL is better to learn at the beginning. Truly believe that. But MySQL is open source. It's created by Oracle. So Oracle also has a paid version, but MySQL you can use as a full solution. But then you can buy their full solution for added features, of course. So that's really it. Oh, geez. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, I got to hide that. Sorry, friend. That was too much. That was exhausting just looking at it. Will Google Cert really help you get a job? Here's my take on the Google certification. It will help you if you're a complete beginner. You've never watched my videos before or taken my data analyst bootcamp. You're a complete beginner. Just want to understand like the basic concepts of data analysis, see if it's for you. That's what it's good for. And it teaches you some of the basic skills. My data analyst bootcamp on YouTube is better than the Google certification. It just is, because you learn way more skills. You learn a lot more things, goes more in depth. It's just way better. Then if you want to go above my free data analyst bootcamp, then you have Analyst Builder, where you get to practice your skills. You get to practice technical questions, which you'll need to know for technical interviews when you're applying for jobs. And not only that, we have better courses than what's on my data analyst bootcamp. So it's kind of like a progression. If you're a super, super, super beginner, the data analyst bootcamp is great to kind of understand the concepts and the basics. My data analyst bootcamp on YouTube is way better than that and is free. So I highly recommend that. And then Analyst Builder is just its own beast. It's just amazing. It's like a lot of different platforms combined into one. And we have so many things planned for the future where it's going to be even better. So if you're thinking about getting, you in like 3 months, if you're like, in 6 months, I want to be a data analyst and I want to start taking courses now, and then, you'll grow if you buy like the lifetime. You're going to grow and learn as I release more courses, like the Excel course is coming out soon. The Tableau will be coming out early next year. And of course, then you can practice with these questions, right? Where was I? I got to go back. We'll practice with these questions. Now, let me put this in the chat again, because now I'm going to do a chat. I don't need ChatGPT. There we go. Let's do current, let me say, try this question with me. If you guys are just joining, I'm at my dad's school because my internet went out of my house and I didn't want to cancel the live stream. So I'm doing this for you guys. I really am. I hope I have my wife's key. I hope she can get in the building when she comes. Whoops. I need to be on the lookout for her texts. Because I used her keys to get into the building. We're going to do this question, and then I'll answer more questions. Now, I just put this in the chat, didn't I? Did I put this in the chat? There we go. I just put this in the chat, and then I'll answer more questions after this. But this is our questions section. This is an easy question, and then we have other ones. But there's a bunch of free questions. You should try them out. Dr. O'Brien has seen an uptick in heart attacks for his patients over the past few months. He has been noticing some trends across his patients and wants to get ahead of things by reaching out to current patients who are at high risk of a heart attack. We need to identify which clients he needs to reach out to and provide that information to Dr. O'Brien. If a patient is over the age of 50, cholesterol level of 240 or over, and a weight of 200 or greater, then they are at risk of having a heart attack. Write a query to retrieve those patients. Include all columns in your output, as cholesterol level is a large indicator, is the largest indicator. Order the output by cholesterol from highest to lowest so you can reach out to them first. There's a lot of talking, so I'm going to get some water. All right. Now, I'm still trying to earn that MySQL badge. Remember, you can try it in any of these variations in Python, MySQL, Postgres, or Microsoft SQL Server. I'll be doing Python later. Believe it or not, we've been going for almost 3 hours now. This live stream's been going for almost 3 hours. I am probably going to go for like another hour or so, maybe an hour or two. I want to get that badge though. But we'll do this question. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see if I can get there. But you get points by completing questions or taking courses. If you take a full course, you earn 500 points, which is a lot. If you take questions, you earn a little at a time. Easy question is 10 points, moderate 25 points, hard 75, or very hard 100 points, which I'm going to change to 150. I've already decided. So let's go look at our data right here. So we have a patient ID, age, cholesterol, and weight. And what we need to do is write a query to retrieve these patients. Include all columns in your outputs. That's really nice. But we need to order by that. So we have all these different things, different conditions that need to be met in order for it to be in our output. So let's come right down here. Let's say where. So what we need is where the age is over the age of 50. So we're going to say where age is greater than 50. It doesn't say greater than equal to, right? So let's keep that like that. And cholesterol level of 240 or over. So now we have to do, let me copy this. I don't want to misspell it. I'm bad at spelling. Where cholesterol is greater than or equal to, this says 240 or over. So greater than 240. And, because we're doing and, this isn't just one, all these have to be true. And the weight of 200 or greater. So now we'll do weight is greater than or equal to 200. Now let's run this. And let's just check. So this guy's over 50, cholesterol is really high, over 240, and the weight is over 200. So that meets, and it looks like all the other ones meet. So we have 5 people, but we need to order by, and we need to do that by cholesterol. So let's do cholesterol. It starts from highest to lowest. So if I do it just like this, cholesterol is going to be lowest to highest because it's automatically by default in ascending. But we need to put it as descending, which is highest to lowest. So now we have our cholesterol, boom, 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 highest to lowest. And let's see if I got this done. That should be it. So this is our answer. Let's go ahead and check our answer. And there we go. Our solution is correct. And let's go see. We got 210 points now. So we're working our way up. I'm going to choose a new question. Let's go back to our technical questions. These are all the free ones. We could do media addicts, separation, direct reports, bike price, senior citizen discount, food divides us. These are all interesting. I'm trying to think of which one would be a good one to show. They're all really good. What's this tech layoffs? Okay. Okay. No, I don't want to do that one. It's an interesting one. I don't want to do that one. Let's do this bike price. Yeah, let's do the bike price. This is going to be the next question. I'll share it in just a second. But let's see. How can my previous degree in manufacturing engineering in data analysis? Well, what was your, do you have any experience? I don't know much about the degree, to be honest. But what's your experience in? Was it, do you have any actual, in a certain domain where you were using that degree and now you're trying to transfer it over? Because you probably have a lot of knowledge with that domain. Not a lot of questions. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'll try to answer them as I go. I know I was just showing you the platform, but just want to say your system is awesome. HackerRank was used before. It doesn't go into Python, so it's nice to have a compare and contrast on how you'd solve the same question. Absolutely agree. Really glad to hear that. So if there's any other questions, post them in here. I'll get to them in a little bit. I'm going to post this question. I know I've been live streaming for 3 hours, guys. I'm still going strong. I'm going to say, try this question with me. Now, let me make sure I'm still talking. My face was, oh yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. Let's see. Now, real quick, before I go to the next question, you can use a 20% off with the AB Live 23 code at checkout. Be sure to do that. I don't want you to pay full price. I want you to use the 20% off. And that's for everything. So even with the lifetime bundle or the Analyst Builder, highly recommend picking something up. Now, just note that the questions, these are only subscriptions or payments for the questions page. Courses will only be for the courses page. The bundles will be multiple courses for here, for the Analyst Builder course bundle. The lifetime access will give you access to all the current courses and the current questions and all future courses and questions. So if you take 20% off of $30, that's $75, like say $275, you'll get my courses now that I have. You can start taking them. I'm going to be releasing courses as I go. So the Excel course is going to be done soon, or it's already done, but it's being edited. It'll be on the platform soon. Then I'll have my Tableau and then Azure and AWS, and then my AI course, all going to be on here. So if you get that, you'll have access to all those future courses as well. Just wanted to note that. Now, let's take a look at this bike price. Now, this is an intermediate one or a moderate one. So it goes easy, medium, hard, and very hard. This is an intermediate one. It's a little bit harder than the previous one we just did. Now, this question says, Sarah's bike shop sells a lot of bikes and wants to know what the average sale price is of her bikes. She sometimes gives away a bike for free for a charity event. And if she does, she leaves the price of the bike as blank, but marks it as sold. So, oh, she's super nice. So Sarah gives away to a charity. She marks it as sold, but it's just left blank. She didn't make any money from it. Write a query to show her the average sale price of bikes for only bikes that were sold, not donated. Round the answer to 2 decimal places. This is a really interesting question. A little pat on the back to old Alex here. Made a cool question. I like all the questions on here. I think they're all really, really unique. And then when I haven't, I did this a while back, so I haven't looked at this for like maybe a month or 2 since we launched beta. I just remember this is a really cool question. So we have bike ID, the bike price, and the bike sold. Now, let's see. So this one was marked as sold, yes, but it's null, which means she donated this one. So we'll have to filter that out. And we're also looking for the average sale price of bikes for only bikes that were sold. So, okay, let's start with this. Let's just take it step by step. Let's get rid of this. First, the bike has to be sold. So we're going to say where bike underscore sold is equal to Y. So let's start with that. So now all of these are, yes, they've been sold, but we need to filter out, and this is not null. So we'll do and bike underscore price is not null. Let's run this. And there we go. Now we need to take the average bike price. Now let's see. Write a query to show the average sale price of bikes for only bikes that were sold and not donated, then round it to 2. So I think our output, and let's look, our output should be just a number. So let's see if we can get this. We'll do the average, and then we're going to do the average bike price with those conditions that we had. Let's run this. So we got 196.86. Is that right? Oh, it is, but we have to round it to 2 decimal places. So we'll do round, and then we'll do comma 2. So that'll go to 2 decimal places. Let's run this. So now our answer is 196.86 and 196.86. So when we submit this, there you go. Your solution is correct. Again, just a huge shout out to the team for building this out. I'm just going to give a huge shout out to them. You know, Kasun and I have been working together in his team. We've been working together for over a year on this. This all is like, it's so good. It's so good. I'm so happy with how it turned out. It's better than my original plan, if I'm being honest. I was not a graphic designer. I was an ideas guy, but him and his team really helped make it happen. So, you know, I say that's our team, but, you know, he's like, I would say the head of the team. Let's see how I did it here. Okay, I did the exact same. Sometimes I have different answers for how I do it. Now, application error. What did I do? Whoa. Let me go back to that real quick. I think I just had an issue with it. What was that question? Not temperature fluctuations. Heart attack risk. It was a bike one, right? Bike price. What was the issue? Hey, Kasun, if you're looking at this, maybe it's I don't know what the issue would be for that. But Kasun, if you're here, just take a glance at that if you can. Everything else is working. I don't know. Maybe we use Vimeo to host our videos. Maybe it's a Vimeo issue. But the video explanation should work for you guys. So go ahead and try that out. Let's see. So I got that one right. So there we go. Now I'm coming back here. Do you need to take the advanced MySQL course to find an entry-level data analyst job? No. I think I really do recommend taking this MySQL for data analytics. If you take this, and let's just click and do it real quick. You're going to learn querying basics. And by the way, some of these you can take for free. Like you can just kind of like see what it looks like. So you can go in here and look at it. And then if you click on one that doesn't have that, you won't be able to access it. It'll just prompt you to buy it. But it's going to teach you all the like basics of querying, and then it goes much more in depth. So data types and functions. This is probably something that most people don't teach on data types and all these different functions that are really useful. String functions, date and date format functions, if functions, case statements, cast and convert functions. But then you'll do group by, join, subqueries, window functions, regular expression, how to actually work with files and importing them and exporting them. Then a whole data cleaning section on how to clean your data. And then, of course, full projects. So there's it's quote unquote 4 projects, but it's world life expectancy data cleaning project, then the world life expectancy exploratory data analysis. Same with US household income, same for that. And so if you just take this and you know everything in here and you really understand it, you're going to be good. The advanced one, I think, is more for people who want to go a little bit above and beyond. You're going to learn CTEs. So this is kind of like the intro to more advanced, I would say, CTEs and temp tables. But then the more advanced things are like stored procedures, how those work, how you can actually use stored procedures to kind of automate things. Triggers and events, which is how you, if data comes into a table, you can trigger that data to trigger a stored procedure or like cause something to happen. Then we have indexing. So, this is indexing. Then we have a full project. This is our automated data cleaning. Now, this is a short course. It's 3 hours and 30 minutes, which is why I priced it a lot lower. So if you come over here, this is the shortest course. It's the lowest price, not because it isn't valuable, just because it's a shorter course. And I think because it's shorter, you shouldn't have to pay a lot more. But these other ones like this MySQL for data analytics, which is the one I recommend taking, I think that one's like 11 or 12 hours. Yeah. But it says 11 hours. That's 11 hours of content to actually go through the course, practice everything, build all the projects. That's several days, right? Because doing it and replicating it and actually learning it takes a lot longer. So, just take that into consideration. It's, if you're doing 2 hours a day, let's just estimate it's going to take 3 days of actual work to get it done. That's 24. Geez, what's 24 times 3? This is bad. 24 times 3. And then let's say you do it for 2 hours. 2 hours a day, which would be a lot. That'd take you like a month to do. And so this course is not something that you should fly through. There's a lot of content, especially when you get to like the projects and there's questions in here like bad bonuses. So there's questions in here too. These should take you time. You shouldn't just fly through it and like get the solution and, get the answer. You need to learn. This is for learning. So that's the one I would recommend. That's the one I'd recommend. My volume is a little low. Low for you? Oh, geez. I want to get it closer to my face. Kasoon, how does it look? Is this sounding better? It's too low for me. I gotta lift this up. Is that better? Let me. That should be good. That should be good. Sorry if the volume is a little low. How do you use regex functions in SQL? Well, take the course. It's in there. Have you encountered anyone that has gained data analytical skills but has not jumped fully into the data analytics career path? I am mid-career as in project management role. Hope that makes sense. Absolutely. In fact, I get a lot of messages from different people who I wouldn't expect. So like my Excel for data analysis stuff on YouTube, I get a lot of accountants who take that. I get a lot of project managers who take that. What did you say you were? Your product manager? So yeah, product management, but program managers, data scientists, different roles in the data space who will take it. And they're just like, I just need to learn how to use Excel and kind of analyze some data, and they take it. Same thing for different roles. Like if you are working on a team that uses SQL, you should know how to use a bit of SQL to understand like how long things might take or understanding their problems so you can better help them, genuinely. Mamoon said, this is the best time-saving course to be a data analyst. I'm not going to lie. This is probably one of these courses are some of the best courses that I've seen out there. I didn't want to make a course that was just like somewhere in the middle and then try to sell it. I genuinely tried to make the best course that you can find online, whether it's Udemy, Coursera, a different course platform. I tried to make the best that I can make, better than other platforms. And then I launched it, right? And so genuinely, I think that MySQL course, if you take that, you are going to be genuinely really good at, you're really going to understand what you're doing after it. And that's why the practice questions are in there too. Like throughout the course, you have all these different, there's 17 questions in the course. So as you're going through and you're doing data type functions, here's numeric data types. Then you have to do profit margins where you have to use those numeric data types or string functions or gamer tags. And just, maybe I'm not saying it well. I force you, if you want to complete the course, I force you to have to practice it. So I say, okay, if you want to use this, you have to know how to use this date and date format functions. You just have to. That's part of it. There you go. I'm also noticing that this gamer tags should be above this date and date format. I have to fix that later on. I won't fix it now because I don't want to go into the admin panel. But yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I really, 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 really put a lot of effort into this to make it really good. How much SQL should you know for entry-level job? Everything in that MySQL for data analytics course. That's what I would take. Everything in that course. How much Python do I need to take the Pandas course? That's a good question. I think you need to know up to like just understanding probably like data types and for loops, I think would be enough. The Pandas course you could take just straight out the gate. It would just be kind of tough to keep up because there's some Python stuff in there that I don't really dive into because it's in the Python for Beginners course. So all that being said, let me see, did I miss any? Like you said, it's learning and applying. Absolutely. I'm a firm believer that you need to learn it and then apply it through either projects or practice. And I do both in the courses. And I just think they're really great courses. How do you know that your course is better than others? Have you watched other courses before creating yours? Well, I was once not a data analyst. I was once a recreational therapist. And in order to become a data analyst, I took a lot of courses. If you go on my YouTube channel, going back 3-4 years, I have videos on best Udemy courses that I have taken, best Coursera courses that I have taken, different platforms that I've used. So for the past, 6 years, I've taken courses on all these different things. And so because of that, I took so many SQL courses, so many, because of just needing to know it in my job. Because of that, I have a really good idea of what a good course should look like and what it should include, and I've taken a lot that don't include some of these things. So I condensed all of my experience from the past 7 years as being a data analyst and analytics manager, using these tools, and I condensed it and really dived into how it's applicable to you as a data analyst. And I walk through my thought process and I go really in depth, and then there's questions and courses. It's just really good. Just really good. So that's kind of how it's better. If you were to take almost any other MySQL course, and then you forgot everything and then took my course, and then you somehow were able to compare, you'd be like, I think most people would be like, this was a better course. I genuinely believe that. Can a fresher become a data analyst? Yes. Wayne said, hello, Alex. Thank you for creating the Analyst Builder. Are the achievements on the platform uploadable to LinkedIn? My name is pronounced One Day. Hey, One Day. Yes. So right now, I haven't, on this, I created a new, I created a new, you can also make it dark themed in the courses, but I created a new account here. So I haven't completed, let me go back. I'm gonna go to my dashboard. I haven't completed any of these courses. But once you complete the course, you can come over to completed and download your certificate. And it's custom to you, so you can change your name if you need to. But you can download it and you can upload that directly as like a picture. So you can download it as a PDF or a PNG, or you can actually, this becomes your public profile. So then when you earn a certificate, it comes right down here, and you can share this link with LinkedIn or X or Twitter or anywhere you want. And then people can actually come here and they can say, oh, he's got this badge in MySQL or this in Python. It's just fun to share. I wouldn't say this is like the end all be all of creating a portfolio or anything like that, but soon in the future, we'll have a place where you can upload your resume, where you could share this, and I think that's going to be really, really neat. But I've only worked on MySQL on this one. If I went to my other profile, you'd see I was like a MySQL master. So I got that badge on my other profile because it's just really fun. And we'll be adding leaderboards and all sorts of other things. But these badges right now are not shareable because this is just a logo. But in the future, we'll have a share button where you can share and download your badge just like you can a certificate. But the badge is going to look super cool. It's like a really unique design, and it looks really neat. It has the logo and your rank, and it's going to say like, you're a MySQL master or whatever rank you have. That'll be really fun. So that'll be really, really neat. Let me see if there's any other, a bunch more questions just came in. Will it be a separate course or just more projects to help build one's portfolio? I do plan on having some, because I have a video on my YouTube channel on how to make a portfolio for free, add projects to it. I do think I need to add something specific to Analyst Builder on how to build that. So I will probably do that. And it'll probably be free. That video or that course or whatever I make, I'll be free on how to create a portfolio. Not everything is going to be paid on the platform. It says, I have a great passion for data analytics, but unfortunately I'm guessing in your country, Aria, or Aria. It isn't a common job. Only 2-3 big companies hire analysts. Well, these skills, and that's 100% true. There are some countries that don't hire as much. But here's what I will say, especially in Europe, and then especially in the United States, and then, certain parts of Asia, hire a lot of data analysts. And so a lot of people will work remote and try to get those, or they'll try to get a visa to come to those locations to get those jobs. But I have found that a lot of people have been messaging me saying, hey, I got this job, which is the equivalent of something like a data analyst at this company. And they're like, there weren't a lot of data analyst jobs in my country, but they're like, at this company, I was able to use these skills to get this job, which is very similar. And so maybe it's not a data analyst role. Maybe it's called something different, or you can use these skills because companies are going to use these skills. These skills are very transferable. So maybe for a different position, right? Can I use these questions as inspiration to do a project? Are the final projects of each course similar to those questions? The questions are like practice questions. They're not usually projects, but you can absolutely use them as inspiration. If you find a question that you're like, this is really neat or unique, by all means, try to create a project out of that. I think that'd be super cool. The final projects of the course are similar to the questions. No, the final projects are like real projects, real data that I got from, lots of different places like gov.com, nasa.com, real places with real data, right? So the projects are like more realistic with realistic data cleaning and realistic stuff. Is best to learn SQL like this while practicing? It will make you a master SQL as a beginner in no time. Genuinely, I think SQL can be mastered within like 2 months. Like mastered as in like you can get a job with it really confidently. I think you can learn the basics of SQL in like a couple days. Then of course the tougher stuff like joins takes a little while to get used to, and all the stuff in the course is like it just takes time to get used to it. But then to reach like, you have to really know the skills well to like get really good at it. There's a high skill cap for these skills. Does taking multiple courses SQL, does it help anyway? Most of the contents are the same, right? Have you done in your past journey? Well, I've taken a lot of different SQL courses because one, I was taking, at the beginning, I was taking my SQL courses when I didn't have a job yet that used SQL. Then when I got a job using SQL, they used Microsoft SQL Server. So then I went and found a whole course just on Microsoft SQL Server. Then I got another job and they used Microsoft SQL Server and MySQL. So then I had to go back and take a MySQL. And then I just wanted to improve my skills, so I took multiple more after that. They all have a different variation, a different flavor. If I knew it already, I'd kind of skip over it. I'm like, okay, I really know aggregations and group by. Let me skip that section. But you can learn. If you take this course now and you learn from it, then in a couple, you build your projects, you come back to it later in like a month or two, you'll learn something new because now you know more. So I'm a person that I like to take things multiple times. And that's why it's a one-time payment on the courses, because I want you guys to be able to just come back, take the course multiple times so that you can learn from it repeatedly. That is kind of the thought process behind that. Hugh said, I just bought the lifetime bundle. Hopefully there are a lot of jobs in Vancouver. Absolutely agree. I've heard the Canadian job market is actually pretty good. I mentored a guy about 2 years ago who moved from Vancouver to Minnesota for a data analyst job, which was really neat. Just looking at my phone. My wife said she was going to bring me food sometime. That was really sweet of her. I have no idea when she'll be here. There's a cool video of it in Analyst Builder Discord if you want to showcase the certificates and stuff. That is true. Is there any alternative for Python libraries for visualizations for huge data frame? Yes. Well, yes and no. Let me actually go over there. In the Pandas course, there is an introduction to polars. Now, polars is kind of a smaller, nicher library, but it's gaining popularity. Pandas is like one that everyone uses. That's why I created a course on it. But I even included in this course an introduction to polars because I think that polars is going to be the future in 5 years. So I'll be creating a polars course in the future because polars is another data frame, but it's built specifically for giant data frames. Now, there are tools that I have used in the past in my real work and that people have sent to me. There are tools where you can have pandas work with super large data frames really quickly. Maybe it uses like a Rust backend or it uses GPUs or CPUs to enhance the processing speed or something like that, right? There's a lot of different options, but Polars is a built-in library that's made specifically for very large data frames, and it's based upon pandas. So the same, very similar. It's not the same. If you go in there, I just talk about what Polars is, how it works, and then I walk through Polars basics, just an introduction to it, right? But Polars, I would look into that one. That's what I'd look into. Could your courses replace Google's certificate? My courses genuinely are much, in my opinion, are better than the Google's certificate. I was talking about this earlier. The Google certificate is for people who are just learning what data analytics is. So what is data analytics? How does it work? How do companies use it? They teach you the very, very, very basics of a few couple skills, which are good skills. But then you get it and you're like, I'm not job ready. Then you go and take my data analyst bootcamp for free on YouTube. And you learn a ton from that, 10 times more than the Google Data Analytics certificate. I promise, and it's free. Then you're like, okay, I know all these skills. I want to dive even more, and I want to get ready for my technical interviews when I start interviewing. That's when you'll come over to Analyst Builder. So then you come over here, you practice these technical interviews to get ready for your technical interviews. You take these courses, and these courses go more in depth into these skills. So if you're trying to learn Python or trying to learn Pandas or MySQL, and then soon to be Excel and Tableau, and all these courses are coming soon. Then you learn these a lot more in depth, and you get better projects. So it's kind of like a progression, And I just think the Google Data Analytics certificate today, when it first came out, it was really novel. It was like, Google's coming out with it. And even I reviewed it and I was like, this is really neat. It's, a good introduction. But now like where other things are at, like my free bootcamp, my free bootcamp is way better and it's free. I don't recommend buying the bootcamp, the Google certification anymore. I just don't think it's worth it. Unless you're a complete beginner and just want to know what it's more about. My bootcamp kind of dives more into the skill-based, whereas Google goes more into like the theory, if that makes sense. Let's see. Do you have any courses to recommend for a beginner in data analysis? Take the MySQL for Data Analytics course on Analyst Builder. This is recorded. Although I don't know how many people will watch it after. This is going to be like a 5-hour live stream. So I don't know. I don't know how many people are going to watch it afterwards. Let's see. Alex, I've been out of corporate for a year. I'm currently teaching, but I would like to go back to corporate, but I want to know if you can add this to your experience in my CV and take some courses to add on my CV. You mean like corporate data analytics? Or were you like corporate as in like a vice president or CEO of something? Put that in the comments below so I can figure that out. What about NoSQL? Do you think it's demand growth? I've used NoSQL. NoSQL is really neat, but it is definitely not as popular as SQL. Not even remotely. Like NoSQL is like 5% of the market, whereas SQL is like 90% of data analyst jobs have some variation or use of SQL. So no, NoSQL is pretty niche, but I used it in my last job, which was really neat. Thank you, Milton. That's what I need to hear. I took Coursera's Google Data Analytics course. Alex's program is far more thorough. I agree, and I appreciate the feedback. Could you please give us some tips or prepare a course on how to prepare for job interviews as a data analyst? Wait a second. I have my MySQL interview crash course, which is going to help you prepare for interviews, but specifically on the skill side. But I think, okay, I see what you mean. Maybe just like an interview course. I might make that one and make that free, because that's one that I think everyone should just take and just have access to. But if you're looking specifically for the MySQL interview crash course to get ready for technical interviews, take this. I'm also going to have kind of a subset of this one, which will be Python interview crash course, which is going to come out in just a couple weeks, and then the Excel one after that. But see how I'm looking up here. I look weird. I look weird with this webcam. I'm not a fan of it. I wish I had my setup. I'm not home. If you're just joining, I'm not home right now because my internet went out, and I didn't want to cancel the live stream, so I'm up at my dad's school. Not ideal. Was not where I wanted to be. All right, let's go back, see if there's any more questions. I'll do I'll do another question. I really hope to gain one course of the giveaway. Sounds really good. Yes, I'll be doing another giveaway probably after the next question. I already gave away 2 courses, and I'll be giving away another 2 courses. And at the very end of the live stream, I'll be giving one person the Analyst Builder course bundle, which will give them access to all 5 courses that are on here right now forever. And so I'll be giving that away at the end, or near the end of the live stream, which is probably going to be in like 45 minutes. I've been going since 9:30. I've been doing this for like 3.5 hours now. Okay, my wife is heading to get me a sandwich. But now I'm nearing the end of the live stream. I don't know how much longer I'll go. We'll see. She might get here right near the end, and then she can choose the winner. Whoa. Let's see. So does your course make a beginner job ready? I mean, the market is really tough for beginners. So how can your course make a beginner different from others in order to land a job? I think, well, one, you need to know the skills well to get a job, right? I've always talked about you need to learn the skills well. So the courses really help you learn the skills. For applying for jobs, what is an extra part on top of your resume is you can have a project section. And I have free projects on my YouTube channel. Recommend doing those. I think the projects in my courses are better. And so you can add those projects to your portfolio and a portfolio website. Excuse me. When you get into interviews, you can then point to those projects and be like, I built this project in SQL. Here's what I did. Here's how I used it. That goes a long way. I've talked a lot about that on my channel, about not just when somebody asks, how they use SQL in their job. They use SQL. You go into the interview and they're like, hey, how have you used SQL? Or how much do you know about SQL? And you're just like, well, I took a course. Well, you need to be able to point to something like, oh, I've used SQL to do data cleaning and data exploration. I'm really comfortable using joins and Windows functions and CTEs. And those are all things in the course. So it's good to point to them and just have you ready to do. But honestly, a lot of part of getting the job is after you learn all the skills, you need to know how to apply for jobs, which is where working with a recruiter, knowing how to use LinkedIn, knowing how to apply, like those things are really important. So, this is like the learning phase, but landing the job is also an independent phase of, and I'm gonna have a whole section on the platform to help people land jobs in the future. But it's just not, this is like we just finished the beta launch a month ago. So, in several months, we'll have a lot more things on the platform. Do a master's degree help? Yeah, sure. I'm sure it would. Depends on what it is, right? But let me see. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just showing the platform. We're just hanging out. We're doing the full launch today, which I'm super proud of. You can go on the platform. You can get 20% off using this code. And I'm just showing off the platform to people who've never seen it before. I'll also have a full video tomorrow about the platform. So that'll be like an actual YouTube video. And yeah, today's just a week for Analyst Builder to kind of do a harder launch because we did a soft launch with the beta. Had people test it out, fix a lot of things, but now things are looking really good. We're starting to add new features like the point systems and the certificates and adding more courses. I just added this Pandas course like 2 days ago. So, and I added new questions too. So, we're kind of like, we're rocking and rolling now, I think is where it's going to really take off. Because it took like a year to get to the beta, but now we're here. Now we just get to build on top of our existing architecture, and we can add so many new things. And we're hiring more people onto the team to add and push. I feel like a startup because we push so much stuff to production so quickly. It feels like a startup environment. It's been really, really fun. Let's see. Purchasing power parity pricing. Yes. Based off location. I do plan on doing that in the future. We're trying to figure out how to do that with our current architecture with Stripe, and then on the back end when you purchase something. So we're trying to figure that out. I used to work as a data analyst, but now I'm teaching now. Okay. I'm ready to start my career again as a data analyst. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you went from data analyst to teacher and you want to go back. I think being a teacher could genuinely could be really neat. Although someone might ask you why you switched to teaching, but I think teaching, I've told a lot of teachers, I'm like, teaching is a really good skill to kind of go into, to have, because you have to have really good communication skills, really good soft skills, and the ability to present information well. So you can really lean into that if you want to. But since you already have data analyst experience, you could leave it off your resume and still be fine. You could. Let's see. I'm getting to the last interview, but so far I'm not the chosen. I think a motivational course would be great. Hey man, I can be super motivational. I thought about making like a video about that, just like motivating people. I love motivating people. I really do. It's definitely a passion of mine. A master's doesn't feel like GIS, not specifically Python or SQL, etc. Yeah, could definitely be helpful. Could definitely be helpful. It's hard to say, right? It's hard to say exactly what field you want to go into or what you want to do. But a master's can definitely be helpful for sure. Now I'm going to go back real quick. We already solved this one, didn't we? Yeah, we already solved this one. I'm not going into this one again. All right, I have this on free. If you haven't already, check out these free questions. You can take them for free. All you have to do is have an account. My wife has a sandwich. She's buying a sandwich for me, but she doesn't have the key to get into the building. So in like 1 minute, a few minutes, I may have to like sprint downstairs, open the door. She'll come up, and then I'll come back up really, really quickly. Let's do that last hard question. So I'm going to filter on incompleted ones. I'm going to go down and find that hard one. Here's Kelly's third purchase. All right, let's get ready because this is another hard one. So I've solved 2 hard ones already. This is the third free hard one. I believe it's the last one. Let's see how we can solve this. Kelly's third purchase. It says at Kelly's ice cream shop, Kelly gives a 33% discount on each customer's third purchase. Write a query to select the third transaction for each customer that received this discount. Output the customer ID, transaction ID, amount, and the amount after the discount as discounted amount. Order the output on customer ID in ascending order. Note, transaction IDs occur sequentially. The lowest transaction ID is the earliest ID. That's important. I'm glad whoever wrote this, aka me, I'm glad they added that because that is important. Now let's go look. So we have customer IDs and we have the transaction ID and then we have the amount here. So we need to, the first thing we need to do is there's actually multiple things we need to do. Here, let me post this question real quick if you want to try this with me. Try this question with me. There we go. What does this say? Do you plan to bring over all the free training on YouTube as an intro course and Analyst Builder? No, that's just going to be on my YouTube channel. This is going to be all kind of like, this is mostly going to be premium, more in-depth content on here. The YouTube stuff is just going to stay on YouTube. It's not, and I'm going to keep adding to it. I don't plan on not doing it. My wife's texting me. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, I'll probably go to 2 o'clock. She said she's going to be here in like 30 minutes. I thought she was close, but she's like just leaving the house. She has to go get the sandwich and then bring it. So I got plenty of time. But in just a second, after we finish this, did I say that earlier? After we finish this question, I'll be doing a giveaway of 2 courses. And then near the end of the live stream in about 1 hour, I'll be giving away this Analyst Builder course bundle, where you can get all 5 of the current courses that are on the platform. So 1 lucky person. So let's come over here. So what we need to do is figure out the third transaction for each customer. Now, I already can tell because we're going to need to figure out the third transaction, we'll have to use some type of Windows function. Since it's sequential and all transaction IDs should be the same, we most likely can use row number. We could use rank or dense rank as well. Honestly, I believe any of those will work. But we'll just use row number to keep it simple, keep it the most straightforward, I think. So here's what we're going to do. We need to add to this. We need to order this on customer ID. And based off of the customer ID, we have to order on the transaction ID as well, because the transaction ID is sequential, right? So the lowest transaction ID is the earliest ID. Then we do the earliest, second earliest, third earliest. That's the third transaction. That's what they should be getting the discount on. So let's see how we can write this. Let's try row underscore number. We're going to do the row number on... I don't think we need to do it on anything. We're going to do it over. Let me see. We're walking through this problem together. Now, this is a hard problem. Remember, this is a hard one. So we're going to do row number over. I think we just need to do order by. Let's do customer ID, comma, transaction ID. Let's run this. Okay, so let's take a look. So we have a customer ID of 1001. Then this is the lowest to the highest. So this is the third transaction right here. And let's just confirm. Let's just confirm this. So this person had 5 transactions. So then we have 2, 2, 2. This is the same person. Then this is in order. And that's not it, because I need to partition this. Because right now I'm just doing it on customer ID and transaction ID, but the row number is being applied to all of them. So I have to partition this. So I need to say partition by, and we want to partition it by each customer, because we have to separate out for each customer's transactions. So the customer ID, let's go right here. And when we run this, this number is going to reset. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then at the next customer, it resets 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now we need to select just this third purchase. Let me make sure. And then we need the discounted amount, okay? So I can do this in a few different ways. I can do this as a subquery, and if you were watching the previous stream, I'd been using CTEs in 2 separate problems. I'm gonna use a subquery just to change up a little bit. We can use this in the from statement. So, the from clause or from statement, I can't remember. But we need to label this. So I'm gonna label this. The table name can be as, what are we going to call this? And I'm going to label this too as purchase num. There we go. Spelling issues. So we'll do this as purchases. We'll just do that. So select everything from this as purchases. And what we can do is we can then filter on this. Now, let me go back. Just a second, because if we're going to use this as a learning opportunity, I'm going to do that. So if we run it just like this, we can't then come in here and say where, and then we'll label this. I'm going to say as purchase num. We cannot say where purchase num is equal to 3. You just can't say it. Now, what if I do having? Can't do that either. So we cannot filter on this, just within that query. That's why we're doing what we're doing, which is we're making this as a subquery. So we're saying from all of this, we'll do select everything, and we'll run it. And what did I do wrong here? Oh, I got to label this. So we'll call this purchases. And we're just renaming, because this is the purchases table, and so we're just kind of renaming it. But I could call this purchases underscore numbered. You do that too. So now we have this data, but now it's in like this subquery, which is kind of like a little temporary table that we're just querying off of. So now we can come in here and say where the purchase num is equal to 3. And now we can filter it down. So now we have all their third purchases. Now the last thing we need to do, so we need purchase ID, transaction ID, amount, and the amount after discount. So we need to figure out these first, or we have to get these first. So we have to get customer underscore ID. Then we need the transaction ID. Then we need amount, and we're not going to keep this purchase num in our output. We're just filtering on it. But now we need the discounted amount. So I'm going to say as discounted amount, because that's going to be the name of our column. What we need to do is we need to calculate the discount. It says that she gives a 33% discount on their third purchase. This is their third purchase. So we need to do this and give them a 33% discount. So we have to take the amount and multiply it times a 33% discount to give you a calculator view of it. If we have, let's say, $100, if we multiply it times 0.33, which is 33%, that gives us what their discount is going to be. That doesn't give us the discounted amount. Because the final price should be $77, right? So what we need to do is 100 times 0.67. And I didn't do that right. Give me a sec. 100 times 0.67. So that's going to give us $67. Is that correct? 67.33. That should be correct. I think before I said 73 or something random. Yeah, it should be $67. So that's the discounted price. So if it originally cost 100, we gave a 33% discount, our final price is 67. So what we need to do is we need to do the amount, which is this amount right here, times 0.67. And let's run this. So now here's our amount, and then here's our discounted amount. And we also need to do one other thing, because we're really close. We just need to order the output on customer ID in ascending order. So we'll do order by, and we'll do, and I need to spell that right, order by, and I'll just copy this, customer ID in ascending order. Let's run this. This should be our final output. I'm not even going to check the expected output. I'm not even going to look at the hints. Let's just try it. And there we go. We got the correct solution. We nailed it. Let's see how I solved this before, or how I tell people to solve it. Yeah, essentially the same thing. So we use this row number and we partition by the customer ID, and then we ordered by the transaction ID. Now, I ordered by the customer ID and transaction ID, but you don't need to, it looks like, but I think it's better to do it. So maybe I want to update that answer in a little bit, but then we put it in a subquery, and then we filtered on it. So that's exactly how I would do it. And then we got it right. And because of that, we should be closer in our rank. Now we have 320 points. We're almost to 500. I think those are all the free questions that are hard. So I may not be able to, I may need to do a bunch of moderate questions. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But all right, let's see. Alex, your webcam is stuck. Yeah, I believe that. Let me go over here. I'm using public Wi-Fi. Let me activate it. Oh, is it working now? Oh, what am I doing? Maybe it's this. Give me a sec. I'm not at home because my internet went out at home, and it was really unfortunate. Really unfortunate. There I am. All right, I'm back. Thanks for telling me. Seems like rank should be used here. Well, you could use row number, rank, or dense rank. Because there's no duplicates in the transaction ID. And let me go back. Actually, let me go to the data. Because there's going to be no duplicates in the transaction ID, it doesn't actually matter. Because if you use rank or you use dense rank, it's going to look like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anyways, because there's no duplicates. Rank and dense rank only are useful when you have duplicate you have non-unique numbers in a specific column. That's the only time where they're needed. So yeah, you don't need to use rank or dense rank, although you could. You just don't have to. You just don't have to. Setting up my phone for when my wife gets here. Let's see. Let's see. Am I better now? Yeah, now I'm moving. I appreciate you telling me about that is, by the way. Hey, Alex, is the lifetime purchase also part of that 20% discount? Yes, it is. It absolutely is. So you come over here, you can apply this discount to anything in here, any single thing you want, and it will work. So yes, it applies to the lifetime access as well. The SQL course on Analyst Builder is more in depth. Yes, it is. Oh, who was asking? I must have missed it. Do you plan to bring over? Oh, never mind. Let's see. Where you have where purchase num is equal to 3, could you put where purchase num is divisible by 3 in case someone has multiple purchases which are multiple 3? That's not what the question says. It just says that it says select the third transaction for each customer because on each customer's third purchase. So it doesn't say third, sixth, ninth. That's actually a really good thought if it was every third purchase, but it says only the third purchase. So the wording is just a little bit different, but that's actually a really good thought. So if it's divisible by 3, so if it was 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, that's actually really, that's a good note. So yeah, really interesting. So, all right, guys, I just finished that question. It is time for another giveaway. I'm going to be giving away 2 courses. Now, you can choose any course you want. You can choose this one, this one, this one, this one, or this one, whichever one you'd like. And I will send you a code to get it for free. Now, how this is going to work is I'm going to tell you to put something in here, and I'll type it in just a second. And someone who puts that in there, I will choose them. Now, I do this based on the honor system. If I choose you, just send me an email to alextheanalystyt@gmail.com, and I will give you that free course. It is not Analyst Builder is cool. Nice try, Aria. I'm sorry. It is not that one. It is a new one. All right, I'm typing the code to do in here. I'm going to wait just a second. The code is AB for life. AB for life. That's Analyst Builder for life because nothing's better than Analyst Builder. I was going somewhere else with that, but then I just stuck with it. But it is Analyst Builder for life. Type that in the chat. I will choose someone in just a little bit. I'll choose 2 people to get 2 courses. Are there any available positions in Analyst Builder? No, not right now. Although, you know, I do consulting, and I've been really considering bringing someone on because I do it all myself. So I've really considered bringing it on, you know, for just to expand the business. All right, I'm going to choose 2 people. Josh Kitchen. If you don't know what this means, that means he supports me on YouTube. He hit that join button. You know, he just did it out of the kindness of his heart. There was no obligation to do it. So Josh Kitchen, I'm giving back. All right, Josh, shoot me an email. I will get you a course of your choice for free. Just tell me which one you want. I'll send you a code. Now I got one more person. Let's see who I see in here. Let's see. Alina Avalos. Alina Avalos. You are a second winner, actually our 4th winner, because we've given away 4. Now listen, when my wife gets here, that's what I'm going to say. When my wife gets here, I will be giving away the bundle, okay? So stick around for that if you want to win that. But both you guys shoot me an email, and I will get you that course. Honor system, guys, okay? It's all about kindness and love around here. Now, in just a little bit, I'll be doing one more giveaway where I will be giving away this bundle right here, the Analyst Builder course bundle, where you get all 5 of the courses on this page, which is SQL, Python, MySQL, Pandas, Advanced, and a crash course. So one person will win that in a little bit. And I plan on doing more giveaways in the future. I love doing giveaways, especially because we're at 642,000 subscribers. When we get to 750, I'm probably going to do a big giveaway then of some of the lifetime plans. So just, be aware that I'm going to be doing that in the future. I do plan on doing some big giveaways, milestones for Analyst Builder as well. Absolutely. Now let's go back real quick. Because here's the incomplete. These are the free ones that we haven't completed yet. Now let's see what we have. Okay, we still have quite a few, but we did all the hard ones. Now I did those hard ones because they were free and then you can try them. But if we come over here to the hard ones, there's a ton of hard ones. So, if you get a subscription or you pay for the lifetime or, go to pricing and you look at that, you can get access to all these ones. And these are really neat ones. Really, really cool one. I like this unfair taxation one. I think that one's really neat. And then Janine one, this is one I was showing you earlier. This is one where it's like data cleaning, where the data's bad in this column, you have to clean it. I really tried my best to make these really fun and just like really interesting. Like I genuinely think that these are just like so fun to do. That's why I like doing them right now. But let's go back to the free ones. Excuse me, my nose is itching. And let's choose one in here. I want to choose another one. I'm going to do some moderate ones. I really do, because I want to get to that next rank. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time. I talk too much. LinkedIn famous. Food divides us. What's this one? Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll do this one. Because we haven't done one with group buy yet that I've demonstrated to you guys, but there's lots of questions in here with group buy. Let me put this question in the chat. Yeah, congrats, winners. Thank you, one day. Just got here. How much I lost on the giveaway? We just gave away 4 courses in the past. I've been doing this live stream for 4 hours. But I'm going to be doing one more giveaway where I give away this Analyst Builder course bundle of 5 courses. So let's see. I'll do this question once I answer a few more questions. So is this like a better version of your data analyst bootcamp on YouTube? Yes. It goes more in, well, let me take a step back. The courses are kind of like the data analyst bootcamp, but these go a lot more in depth, and there's questions built in. So like, let's go to this. This is the pandas for data analysis. Let's go down to filtering and ordering. So there's questions built in. So you're going to learn about string methods, and you'll learn how that works, what they are. And then you'll have to apply it in a question. And you cannot go, well, you can move on. You could skip it if you want, but to finish the course, you have to do these questions. And so it's built in, which is really neat. But then the projects themselves are like really, really, really good projects. They're more in depth, more kind of, I would say, slightly more advanced projects. This one's the movie genre data analysis project. And then we have the food marketing data analysis project. This one is my favorite project I may have ever built. I think it was just super, super, super unique and really cool. I think you should add it to your portfolio. I give you the CSV, I give you a PDF kind of describing what it is, and then a data dictionary for it. One of my favorite projects. How long is this? An hour and a half? That's a long project, but it was a good project. That was one of my favorites. So that's what the courses are. But something that obviously my YouTube channel doesn't have is there's a coding section where you can practice for technical interviews. My lip is really itchy right now. I apologize. So you can come in here and you can practice for your technical interviews. So when you start applying for jobs, for everyone out there, when you start applying for jobs, you're going to get technical interviews, and a lot of them are going to be in SQL or Python, the vast majority, most of them being SQL. And so this allows you to come in and practice some of the questions that you'll probably, like the types of questions that you'll get asked. If you aren't interested in that, this is still a great way to learn. So you can just come in here and practice MySQL, PostgreSQL, Microsoft SQL Server, whichever flavor, or Python, and we'll be adding more flavors as it goes on, like R, and a few others that we have to make sure we can integrate it into the system. So I'm not going to, start talking about other ones that we have planned, but we'll integrate R and then hopefully some other ones as well. Let's see. On media addicts, but this whole section is nothing that what I have on YouTube. And so this is just like a really great resource and way to learn and practice for your technical interviews. Apart from this, coming next year, we'll have a lot of new features and functionalities. We'll have a project section where there'll be full-length projects. We'll have a resources section where we'll have all sorts of different resources like resume templates and communities and all sorts of different things. So this is like the minimum viable products, an MVP. But now we're going to be building it into this huge thing. It's just going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Now I'm going to answer this question, and then I'll come back. Actually, let me see if anyone else was asking questions. The volume may be a bit soft, and I really do apologize for it. Hey, congratulations, Alina. You are most welcome. Thank you for being part of the live stream, and thank you for checking out Analyst Builder. I'm really excited to hear your feedback. Just shoot me an email, and I'll send you a code for it. Does Python and SQL enough to be a data scientist? Depends. You need to know certain things within them. It's like with Python, you'll need to know certain machine learning concepts and models and stuff like that. Let's see. It's a marathon stream. Yes, I've been going for over like almost 4 hours. 4 hours now. It's a long one. When do you use subqueries? Subqueries. You could use subqueries. You can use a lot of different things. It's very dependent on the query. You can use a lot of different things in a lot of different places. But subqueries are good for we need to look at like a small portion of a table. You don't want the whole table. You just want a portion of the table. There you go. Anyways, let's keep going. In just a little bit, my wife said she's bringing me food, which is extremely sweet of her. And when she does, I'm going to have to run downstairs, let her in, because I'm not at home. If you guys didn't notice, I'm not at home because my internet went out of my house. So I'm at my dad's school in a random room. It's exactly what happened. But I'm in a random room. And so thanks, Dad, for letting me in the building. So I'm going to do this question. I might do one or two. I was trying to get to the second rank. So as you learn these skills, you earn points and you can rank up. I've just been talking a lot during this. I've done several questions, but you earn less points for easy questions and medium questions. The hard and the very hard, you earn a lot of points, but you also earn a lot of points by taking a course. If you take a course, you earn 500 points. If you take a crash course, you earn 250 points. And so you can rank up in your skill. Now, you can also earn certificates and put them here. This page is shareable. So this page you can share and you can write something in here. Let me do that real quick because I haven't done that. Go to settings. Here we go. Wait, here we go. I'm a data analyst YouTuber who loves Analyst Builder. I'm just saying things. I'm going to save that. And then if I go back to my profile, it's right up here. And so you can earn badges in Python and MySQL. And then when we have courses and projects, you'll be able to earn Excel badges and Power BI and Tableau badges and all that stuff. This isn't shareable just yet. We're creating the custom badges for this that you can share to social media and other places. And then certificates you can. Certificates you can already share. So once you complete a course, like if I go to my dashboard, once I complete this course, it'll be in this completed section. It'll say generate certificate, and you can go ahead and do that. Meet me at the entrance in 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to tell her, 1 second. I am still in my live stream, period. When you are here, let me know and I'll run down and let you in. LOL. That's super sweet of her. She just got me a sandwich and I really, really, really appreciate that. Where was I? I need to go back now, don't I? There we go. Food divides us. All right, I'm going to do this question. I might do a few other questions, and then we'll do the big giveaway at the very end. Now, this is for people who, you don't have to be the whole time, but if you're just joining, this may be the perfect time that you join. You may be the lucky winner. This question says, and just so you know, you can share a lot of these things. So like the courses you can share with people. You can come in here and like share these with people. Say you're taking a course or you're learning. A lot of this is like the social stuff is just to show that you're learning and advancing and learning new skills. Same with certificates and badges. Like it's just really cool to share and share with people what you're learning. And so if you really like this question, you can share that online. You just copy that and or click on one of these things and it'll automatically populate it for you. Now, this question is food divides. It says, in the United States, fast food is the cornerstone of its very society. I don't remember writing that, but that's funny. Without it, it would cease to exist. What was I thinking when I wrote this? I think it's funny, though. But which region spends the most money on fast food? Write a query to determine which region spends the most amount of money on fast food. That was repetitive, but which region? All right, so let's look at our data. So we have the state, we have the region, and we have the fast food millions. So really all we need to do is work with this region and then do a sum of the fast food millions and then filter to see which one's the highest. So I believe that should work. So let's come over here. We're going to need to do the region, and then just for now, I'll take the fast food millions, but I'll have to do a group by on that. So what I need to do is I need to come down here. I need to say group by, and we need to group all of these regions. Wait, why is that in my output? Why is state in my output? Select region, fast food millions. Let me refresh this. Maybe something weird's going on. Let me see. Select everything. Uh-oh. My SQL just, it's probably PostgreSQL. Oh, PostgreSQL is working fine. Because soon, if you're watching this, maybe the servers are a little overloaded. It's our launch day, so maybe that's the issue. But our server should be able to handle it. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that. Let me try it in PostgreSQL real quick. I'm going to try to test this while we're on it. Let's do region. Okay, so that one worked. Let's copy this. Let's go back over here. Let's do fast food millions. I'm just QAing this while we're here. Okay, this was an issue that I thought we had patched up. It's just a small issue where sometimes it doesn't recognize that it's MySQL. It's reading in the PostgreSQL code instead. And so, because soon if you're watching this, if you want to take a look at that, CTE over subqueries, I usually prefer CTs, if I'm being honest. And someone asked, what order should we do the courses in? So not all of my courses are done. I'm already done recording the Excel for data analysis course. It's being edited by my editor right now, and I'm recording the Tableau course. Once that one's done, those are my core courses. Then I'm going to do AWS Azure course and then an AI course. And then after that, Power BI and R and a bunch of other ones. If I were just starting out and I was, watching this and I've never taken a course before, take the MySQL for Data Analytics course. It is phenomenal. And that's the one I would take. Next one I would take is the Python programming for beginners, and then the Pandas for data analysis. Those are the three that I would start with. If you really want to dive even more into MySQL, I do the advanced MySQL for data analysis. And then if you have an interview coming up, you can do the MySQL interview crash course. So those are the three I would do though, in that order. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, we're not doing the giveaway just yet. We have one more, what am I looking at a calendar? It is 1:21 in about 30 minutes, or maybe when my wife gets here, I'll do, unless she doesn't come up. If she doesn't come up, then I won't do that. Oops. But let's take a look. And yeah, the MySQL is just being weird. I think that might just be me. It might be localized to just me. Maybe because I've been on here too long. I don't know. But I'll have my team look into that one. So we have the region, and we need to group by the region. So we need to group by and then we'll do group by region. We can run this. Oh, there's a comma here. And we can run this. So we have Midwest, South, West, and Northeast. Now, all we have to do is we need to figure out which spends the most amount of money on fast food. So we need to do the sum of the fast food millions. And there we go. Let's run this. There we go. Now we need to order by. So we'll do order by. And, you know, for simplicity purposes, I could do it like, I'll just do 2, right? Order by 2. Oops, descending. Now, is this perfectly written SQL? No, it's not, but it's going to get us the answer. Now, I'm going to limit it to the top 1. Now, this is a moderate question. If this was a more difficult question, I may have to do a subquery and then rank it. Because what if this was tied? What if this person had 1,043 as well, or West had 1,043 as well? Then we would want to select both of them because they're tied. But since we can visually see it's not, I'm just going to select the top 1. And we don't actually need this region anymore. Wait, let me see. Because I need the output needs to be just the region. Let me think. How would I do that? Order by. Oh, I don't even think I need that. I think I need to do this in like this. Get rid of this comma. Now I'll explain this in just a little bit. There we go. There we go. That's how you answer it in a simple query. So right here, I could see that the sum was the highest, and we were limiting it to 1, right? But in our output, we only wanted to select the region. So I can't have this in my output. So what did I do? All I did was I said, okay, I know that this works. Excuse me. So I put this in my order by. So now we're ordering on a column, but we're not going to keep it in our output. And my wife just said here, so give me 1 sec. I got to submit this. This is more important. Sorry, wife. I'm just kidding. You're more important. Anyways, I'm going to run this, and our solution is correct. All right, let me add a note. I'm going to say, be right back, getting food from wife. And then we add a little heart. All right, guys. I will be back in like 30 seconds. Give me just a second. She's right downstairs. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I've never ran so fast in my life. Oh, I forgot to shut the door. Give me a sec. Oh, I ran as fast as I could. All right, guys, I'm back. All right. My wife bought me a sandwich and a brownie. Best wife ever. Thanks, baby. I know you were watching this, so appreciate it. Now listen, my wife didn't come up. She said, I know you're doing a live stream. She had places to be, better things. Sad, but oh my goodness, I'm out of breath. It's running lightning speed. Anyways, I am back, and very soon, probably the next couple minutes, I'm going to be giving away one Analyst Builder course bundle where you can win all 5 courses. Let me catch my breath for a second because I was actually running pretty fast. Up and down stairs too. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. Now I got that solution correct. There we go. And I earned some points for it. I'm almost at 500. But hey, listen, I've almost reached, oh, I didn't post Grace Siegel. So I earned 25 points for that moderate question. But listen, as you take courses, as you do questions, you earn these badges. Soon, we will have a thing where you can share your badge with people, which we're going to have a really cool design stuff. It'll just be like, something cool to share. It's like you got a lot of points or worked really hard to learn this skill. Now, give me a sec. I'm going to take a breath because I actually was running a lot. Ooh. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to rate these. Yes, it does. The lifetime access to Analyst Builder includes all future courses and questions. So you just get, as I roll them out, you get them. You are most welcome. You're most welcome. Thank you. I'm glad that you liked the live stream. Thank you. Thank you, Arya. I appreciate it. My wife texted me, sent hearts. She was listening. She got my message. Let's see. Yes, best wife ever. Yeah. Whew. I just lost. I'm gonna gain it back with that brownie she bought me. She shouldn't have done that. Oh my goodness. Cardio for life. Oh boy. So the courses that I have right now do not cover statistics, but the Excel for data analysis course has an entire statistics module. So I'm not going to make an entire course on statistics. I don't think I have enough that I think would be valuable to make an entire course with. But I do have an entire section or module. It's like 6 lessons on statistics in the Excel one. Now the Excel one's already done. It's just being edited, and then it'll be released. And that one covers statistics. I think is all the statistics that you'll most likely use, especially as like beginner intermediate. Amandeep, thank you for joining the live stream. Really appreciate it. Really, thank you, Wanda. I really appreciate it. No, they don't teach database administration. It's mostly data analysis. Yes, SJ. Yep. I'm sorry. I just missed it. The beta prices are gone. And the beta prices were a much lower price, not much lower, but they were slightly lower price because when people were working through them, they were finding bugs, right? We were a new platform we had just launched, so people were figuring out bugs and all these things. And you know, it was really appreciated that there were so many people giving valuable, good feedback. It really was. And now we're doing the full launch, and we'll do more promotions like this where, you know, we'll do big discounts and stuff, and that'll be really fun. And I'll do giveaways because I love doing that. And so, yeah, lots of fun stuff coming. All right, here's what we're doing. I'm going to do one more question. That's it. Then I'm going to be doing a giveaway of this Analyst Builder course bundle that'll include all 5 of these courses to one lucky winner. I'll be doing more giveaways in the future, so don't worry. But I do want you guys to check out the platform. Like, I really do. It's just, I'm super, super proud of it. So I'm just going to share this in the chat. I'm going to try out the questions here. There you go. Let's see. Just trying to go up here. So let's go back to the free questions, because that's why I'm trying to do them with you so that anybody can do them. And let's go to the difficulty. We've already done the hard, I think. Yeah, we completed all the hard ones. So the temperature fluctuations, cake versus pie, Kelly's third purchase, already did it. So let's get rid of that. Let's do moderate. And let's see. Let's also do where I haven't completed it. So let's choose one of these. Senior citizen discount, LinkedIn famous, media addicts. Let me see what this media addicts one is. This is an interesting one. I like this one. Let's try this one. We'll do this one, then we'll do the giveaway. All right, so this is media addicts. Let me share it with you guys if anyone wants to try it with me. Try this question with me. There we go. Now, we'll keep it on postcards. I don't think it's going to be any different. Now, this says media addicts. Social media addiction can be a crippling disease affecting millions every year. We need to identify people who may fall into that category. Write a query to find the people who spent a higher than average amount of time on social media. Provide just their first names alphabetically so we can reach out to them individually. So we actually have two tables here. We have a user ID and the media time minutes. And then we have user ID and their first name. So we're going to have to use both these tables, it looks like, because we use the minutes to determine if they're higher than average. And then we have to have their first name in the output. Just their first names alphabetically. So the first thing that we need to do is identify the average time spent. And that's under user time. So what we can do, let's run this. What we can do is we can do the average of media time minutes. So do it just like that. So this is the average. Let's just round this just for visual purposes, if nothing else. So the average is 282 minutes. I believe that's maybe per day or something. We'll see. But that's the average. So if they have higher than average, that means that they're they fall into the category of social media addiction. So what we can do is we can say, we'll say where media time minutes is greater than the average. Now, I'm just doing this for visual purposes, because what we'll do is we'll say select everything, or actually everything, comma. Let's run this. What did I do? Oh, aggregate functions. Let me do having. No. What am I talking about? What am I even doing? Here we go. Aggregate functions are not allowed in the where. Oh, what I am the last question of the day, and I'm losing it. It's because we need to use a subquery. So I can just do it like this. Where select that from user time. Last one of the day, and I'm just losing my mind. I just need to wrap this in a parenthesis. Let's try this. Select from user time. Let's see. Okay, I bet this needs to be where. Select everything from user time, where the media time minutes is greater than the select, maybe it's the round. I don't think it is. Oh, yeah, no, that was an issue. So if I go back, I didn't have enough parentheses. So if I actually add this parenthesis right here, it, let me see. Use an aggregate function. Let me read this. This user time user ID must appear in the group by clause or be used. Oh, it's because I had having. What? This keeps changing on me, and it's confusing me. It was the issue earlier was I didn't have this what's it called? Parentheses closed. That's the only difference. That's the only thing. So the average was 282, and all of these people have higher than 282 media time minutes. Now what we need to do, because the names aren't in the same table. So now we have to join this to this table. So we have to join this to this users table. So I need to come here and I need to say join to the users table. And I'll say on. It's going to be user ID is equal to user ID. Yeah. So we'll do user time dot user underscore ID is equal to users dot user ID. Thank you, autocomplete. So let's run this. And where's the first name? Oh, it's being weird. Oh, it's because I selected everything. Oh, okay. Okay. So let me come here. We'll do first underscore name. There we go. So now we have Adam, Chris, Christine, and Bella, but we needed to provide their names alphabetically. The very last thing that we have to do is we have to order by, and we'll order by their first name in ascending order, which it looks like, no, it's not. It's ACCB, so it's not in ascending order. First name ascending. Let's run this. And we have Adam, Bella, Chris, and Christine. And let's just double check the expected output. That's perfect. Let's go ahead and run this. And there we go. Our solution is correct. Perfect. Nailed it. I didn't do great at first, but I nailed it in the end. All right. So let's come back over here. Awesome. Let's see if there's any more questions. And then we're going to wrap it up. I've been doing this for like 4 or 5 hours now. So it was the longest live stream of all time. And we're at the lowest streams, which means you have the highest percentage of winning now than you have throughout this entire live stream. Because at the first giveaway, there was like 300 people. The second giveaway, there was like 180. Now there's like 117. So you're doing great. Let's see. Analyst Builder is fantastic. So glad you quit your job for us. Thank you to you and your wife. Absolutely. Thank you. That's very, very sweet of you. Which Korean language can I do with Node.js? I'm not sure. Great design for a platform. Thank you. First time working with pandas, figured out the heart attack. Awesome. Good work. Are you still here? Yes, I'm still here. Let me see if my thing. Oh, yeah, it's still working. It's still working. Nailed it. That's right. Yeah. No, I don't plan on increasing the price. You know, maybe in like 2 years or something with inflation rates and whatnot. Believe it or not, this website is actually not super cheap to maintain. We have a lot of AWS servers running. We have different clusters, not clusters. We have different products and services running on the back end that cost quite a bit of money. And so, you know, unfortunately, this is not free, but I don't want to increase prices that much. It doesn't feel right, and I don't like doing it. I don't like when other people do it. So I'm going to try to keep the prices as low as I can. Genuinely, I don't plan on, like, as this gets more popular, raising the prices until it like prices people out. I really want to keep it very affordable for everybody. And so if this is something that you can afford, and you're like, I can afford that because I know I'll be using it for the next 6 months, 8 months, a year, and you're going to get all the new courses and the questions and the resources, then I'm really happy to hear that. This to me this is how much you pay for Coursera for 1 year. So if you buy Coursera for 1 year, you can get Analyst Builder for life, including all future courses, all future questions, and everything. Will you talk more about the difference between lifetime courses and lifetime questions? Yes. If you just go to the questions, this is unlimited access to questions for life. That's just this questions page. That's all it is. The bundle, the lifetime access to Analyst Builder, is going to give you lifetime access to all questions and all courses on Analyst Builder forever. So that's all future questions, all future questions that are courses that we add. Then you will have access to them, all of them. Forever. That is the difference. All right, we're doing the last giveaway now, and then I'm going to end the live stream soon afterwards. But the winner can email alexanalystyt@gmail.com. Email this for a winner. All right, here is the last one. My beautiful wife brought me, what is it? A sandwich and a brownie. So we're going to say AB brownie love. That's all it is. That's our code. I'm going to wait for just a second. AB brownie love. And if you type that in the chat, and thank you, Christine, for this. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to eat all this food after the live stream. I don't feel right. It doesn't feel right eating it when people are like, watching. So I'm not going to. But go ahead and put that in the chat. And then I will choose someone in just a little bit. There is no rhyme or reason to it. But if you are chosen, just please shoot me an email. I go off the honor system. I've never had an issue with it in the past. So if you win, shoot me an email, and I will get you a code for that, and I really appreciate it. All right, I'm going to choose one person. Again, I'm going to be choosing someone for this Analyst Builder course bundle. This is going to be all 5 courses that are on the platform right now. But again, there's more courses coming, already completely ready to go, or almost done editing. All right, I'm gonna choose in just a second. Whoa, there's a big uptick. Give me a second. I'll scroll back up in just a second, and then we'll see who I got. All right, let's take a gander. All right, we got Austin Glendinning. I just thought that last name was cool. That's the only reason I chose it. Austin, go ahead and shoot me an email. Congratulations. I really hope you enjoy the courses, really hope you enjoy the platform. Thank you for joining the live stream. Thank you for everyone for joining the live stream. I want you guys to... I want you guys to know I really do appreciate you watching and joining, and for all the support you guys have given, because I feel incredibly, incredibly blessed. And I hope you try out the platform. I really, really do. I'll be doing more live streams and more giveaways like this. And so I hope that you guys can join and try out the platform. I see this platform becoming one of the main platforms for data analysts to learn from, like paid. I already think my YouTube channel is one of the main places that people go to learn for free content. I want this to be one of the main places that people go for paid content as well, that goes even more in depth and it is even more useful than my YouTube channel. And so I'm not trying to monopolize out here. I just really think I have a good perspective and a good way of thinking about or understanding what people want and how to build it. And so I'm trying to build it, and I'm trying to do things differently, and I'm trying to make things fun again, because a lot of learning platforms out there, they're just, I don't know, they're kind of boring. It's just not, it's not super fun, right? It's just like, it feels like you're grinding through it. I wanted to make it fun again. And I feel like this platform is like the fun way to learn. And so I really hope you guys enjoy the platform. We have a Discord. If you come over here to Analyst Builder, you come all the way down to the bottom, you can join our Discord server. So you can talk about the courses. If you have any questions, if you have any issues, you can talk to other people. It's just a really good, there's like 1,500 people in it already that were part of the beta program, but now we'll have more coming in, of course, now that we're doing the full launch, and as we launch more courses and more features and all these things. So join that, and then get on here and try this out. See if you like the questions. Try all the free ones. There's a lot of free ones. Like, these are all the free ones. And we did a bunch of them today. You can see with the check marks, but these are all the free questions. There's even, I think, one more on the other page. So go ahead, try these out, see if you like them. If there's a course that you are interested in, go ahead and get that. And if you have, if you want to really invest in it and kind of grow with the platform, then there are the Analyst Builder course bundles and the lifetime course bundles, which will get you access for life to the platform for courses and questions. And I have a lot more stuff coming out. While I got you guys for just even a second longer, kind of our plan for the future of the platform is to, I already feel like one thing is there's no other platform like this right now that has a technical question section like this and courses on it. So that in and of itself is unique. But the things we have planned for the future are it's just going to be so amazing. We're going to have a full project section where you can build projects and take projects and add to your portfolio. We'll have a resources section where you can get cover letters and resumes and all these different things. And we're looking into the ability to process it through one of those automated systems. So you can run your resume through an automated system to see if it performs well. We're going to be incorporating AI into it. So like in these technical questions, we plan on having some type of like, AI feedback in here, as well as in the courses. So when you watch a course, one of our plans is to, you're learning about joins, you're learning about inner joins, and you want to know more about it. You can, click like, you can ask AI a question about the video and then ask it more about it. So you don't have to leave over here to go to ChatGPT or Bard or anything. It'll be all in-house. And it'll just make for a much better learning experience. And so that's what we're trying to do. So this is just a few of the things. One of the things we're going to make roadmaps. So right now, how it is on the platform is all the courses are just kind of here. And if you know what to take, that's amazing, right? You want to learn MySQL, come and take the MySQL. But if you're kind of new to it and you don't know exactly what to choose, we're going to create a roadmap. So it says, take this, then this, then this, do these questions, use these resumes, and it'll kind of be like, it's kind of like a really more advanced, interactive, free data analyst bootcamp, except on the YouTube one, it's just videos, whereas on here, it's going to be much more interactive, and I think it's just going to be amazing. I'm hoping to get that out like early 2024 to middle of 2024. That's like my goal for that. But we have so many, like if I showed you my spreadsheet, I have like 20 different things that are like really unique that we plan on implementing. And so this platform is just going to grow and get better and better and better. And I genuinely think it's going to be one of the best platforms out there on the market for data analysts to learn and learn really affordably. Because it didn't hurt, but when I saw what people would buy like the Coursera for a year, I'm like, dang, they spent like $399 for 1 year. So if you wanted it next year, you got to pay another $399. I'm trying to make it more affordable for people to get in-depth, really great resources that don't cost an arm and a leg every single year. So I hope you guys see that. Like I really am trying to I'm really trying to make it affordable, and I plan on doing a lot more giveaways and a lot more of these discounts that throughout the year you guys can pick stuff up as you need it. With that being said, I really, really, really appreciate you guys joining. We had several thousand people come through. Some stayed for the whole thing, which is way too long. Goodness gracious, this is a long live stream. It was like 5 hours, but really, really, really appreciate you guys. Check out the platform. Let me put the link. In here. Oops. There we go. I'm going to say try out Analyst Builder. Go ahead and try it out. See if you like it. And if you do like it, I hope you try it out. Join the Discord and see what other people think. But really, really, really appreciate it. And oh yeah, I'm going to create leaderboards. I didn't know LeetCode had leaderboards. I haven't gone on LeetCode in many years. But yeah, so one of the things that we have is, if you didn't notice, under the profile, you can earn points for different skills. And if I didn't do any Python today, I thought I was going to. But if you'll get ranked up. We're going to have shareable badges. Right now, it's just on here. But soon you'll be able to share them like a badge. But I'll also, in the question section, have up here like a leaderboard where it's an overall leaderboard for all points, as well as like a weekly leaderboard where even if you haven't done it for months, if you come in and you start coding, you can get on that leaderboard. And it's just really cool, kind of like a fun competitive game. And that's going to be coming fairly soon. That won't take a long time. We'll probably have that up in a couple weeks. But genuinely, try it out. This is just a blast. Like I love doing this live stream. I got to do a ton of questions, but I've talked to so many people who've tried it already in the beta, and now we're fully launching today, who just have given they're just like, it's so much fun. And that's what I was trying to create. And that's what's made me the most happy about it, is people are just having a lot of fun learning again. And they're like, it was so boring on this platform. And they're like, this is really fun. That's what I'm trying to create. So I hope you guys can see, like, I'm really trying to make a great platform for you guys. And I couldn't do it without you guys. I really could not. I appreciate it. So with that being said, I'm going to get out of here because I'm going to eat this sandwich and this brownie because it is calling my name. Thank you, Christine. Shout out to my wife. I love you. Shout out to the WaveSync team. And shout out to you guys. I love you all. I really do. I really appreciate it. All right. I am going to get out of here, but I will see you very soon. I'll make a video tomorrow that I'm going to release on the platform talking about all the features and everything. So if you joined, you probably saw a lot of that. But all right, guys, have a good one. I'm signing out.